Howdy, 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 everybody. Whoa, you caught me by surprise. You caught me by surprise. Oh, my music's too loud. There we go, that's better. You caught me by surprise. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for the sudden raid, Zach. I hadn't even gotten to do my intro. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for following, Sophia. Thank you, everybody. Thought I started my thing. Here we go. Let's start here. I'll start by opening the dang thing. There it goes. Yeah. Hey, that's perfect timing. I think that's the best timing. The worst timing is when you raid someone right at the end of their stream. That's the worst. When you raid somebody right at the end of their stream, that's way worse than when you raid them right at the beginning. So, welcome in. First off, welcome in, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary, and we're animating. And if you haven't seen what I've been working on, this is what I've been doing. This is what I've been working on. This is just an animation, kind of a test animation more than anything else. So, god damn it, I hate when that happens. Well, now I have to figure out why that's broken. Yay! What the heck? I don't know why it's doing that, but that's gonna be fun to fix. That shouldn't happen. I don't know why it did that, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, everybody. But yeah, this is what I've been working on. I don't know why it is jumping like that. It shouldn't be doing that, and I literally haven't touched this since last week, so there's no reason for me to understand why it's doing that right now. But what were you doing, Zach? What were you up to? What were you up to? What have you done? What have you done? Hey, it's funny you rated with off the back of ZZZ, because the thing that I will say, and there's a very wonderful video that everybody should go check out by a new Frame Plus, if we're going to now talk about Zenless Zone Zero, because the thing that makes me, as an enthusiast of animation and somebody who wants to make something, must say the animation in Zenless Zone Zero is incredibly good. Now, everything is subjective to taste, and everyone should go watch the video on New Frame Plus, because if there's one thing that has gotten on my nerves is seeing a fantastic animation done by Zenless Zone Zero, reading the comments like I shouldn't, and everyone going, "Why the animation bad?" And I go, what is wrong with people? And here's the thing. New Frame Plus is correct, and this is why New Frame Plus is great, is because they do a very good job of criticizing Zenless Zone Zero's animation, because no animation and nothing made is free of criticism. And they bring up a fair point. There are portions of Zenless Zone Zero that kind of over-animate a little bit too much, and to no purpose. And they point that out, and that's fair. But to say that the animation in Zenless Zone Zero is bad is just plain wrong. That's just plain incorrect, and they even point that out. That's just not true. It's very well animated by very talented animators, and anybody who says that the animation is just bad is just wrong. But no, like, the animation in that game is fantastic. It's one of the things that I've seen that has certainly gotten my attention, and probably for the intent of trying to get people attracted to it to play their game, which, fair enough. I've never been one for gacha games. I've never played Genshin Impact, and I would be willing to admit that I'm a little bit more familiar with their character designs than I probably should be. But that's just not something. Gacha usually is like something I'm very like, I don't know if it's for me. But if we're gonna, like, any piece of animation in that game, in Zenless Zone Zero, that we are going to compliment is its combat animation is amazing. Is really good. It is hands down. Say what you will about the cinematic animation and other animations in the game, the combat animation is genuinely fantastic and incredibly well done. Everything I've seen about it, that game's animation, gameplay-wise, looks incredible. Some of the best I've ever seen, both for character and for personality and for just raw feel. That game looks amazing to play. Like, it looks fun. So, see, again, say what you will about a lot of the cinematics, which aren't even really that bad in other places. I think where it does kind of over-animate, I think you get characters like Ambi. Everything I've seen of Ambi is the exception, and there's always exceptions even within its own criticism. Like, I think they do a good job with Ambi. She always seems to have a really good... She actually has a good sense of not being over-animated. She's very reserved in a lot of ways that really help to contrast a lot of things like Billy and stuff, who are incredibly over-animated. Though Billy, I think, is great because he's just very clearly Deadpool, so having him animated that way even makes sense for his personality. So I think there's still even arguments to be said that their animations still have some subtlety, even though you do get cases where everyone is kind of a little too over-animated. That is something even I've picked up on, which is a fair criticism. But again, New Frame Plus points that out as, that's nitpicking. It's nitpick zone. You're nitpicking. That's a very minute detail about Zenless Zone Zero that really is overshadowed by the actual complexity and actual skill on display when it comes to any given animation in Zenless Zone Zero. They're all great. They are great from a technical standpoint. The biggest problem is application's a little messy, and that's fine. If it looks that good, that's just learning. That's it. Billy and Nekomata are the most animated. Yeah, that makes sense. I would say Billy works better for me, but I'm biased. I like Deadpool and am chronically, let's just say chronically incentivized to hate characters like Nekomata. She's not my type. She's not my kind of personality. I find her obnoxious, but I think you either like those kind of characters or you don't. I think her character design is actually fine. I like her character design. I just think her personality sucks. She's obnoxious. I don't like that kind of obnoxious character. I like obnoxious. There are obnoxious characters I like because they're obnoxious, but they have to be a very specific kind of obnoxious. And Nekomata's specific kind of obnoxious is the kind of obnoxious that I dislike. But again, that's the thing also with gacha games, is gacha games are very much like the spectrum, right? You know, you got a lot of different characters that appeal to a lot of different people. Some people will like those characters, some people will find them annoying. That is up to taste. Gacha games of those kind of caliber from Honhoi? I can't remember the name of the developer's name. It's really up to taste, you know, so. Yeah. That's always my thing. That's why I'm like, the criticism that I've heard like of games like Monster Hunter that I haven't necessarily agreed with is like, why aren't all the armors good? And I have to like take a step back and say, well, it's because all the armors are subjectively to taste. Like, you can't make a game with that much content have 100% good appeal to every player. There are just going to be armors that you don't like. So, yeah. Also, yeah, take it easy, Zach. Thanks for dropping your community by. Everybody else on my end, go check out Zach. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Now I gotta go fix my goddamn shit, because this is not what it should be doing. I don't even know why it's doing this. Why are you doing this to me? I just started. Why are you doing this to me? I just started. This is a thing I have run into, though, that I'm like, why? Why did that happen? On the end. Nope. Get rid of a frame. Something really weird is going on. Hold on. Animate is being weird. Why is my onion skin not working? It's not... You know, I updated Creative Cloud, and I feel like something happened. Oh, God. Yeah. Hi, Kappa. Yep, Zach's here. I'm trying to get my stuff to work. Boy, am I gonna have to pivot. I was like, maybe I just do... I was even thinking, I was like... So, guys... given all of the technical issues I've had, though it's funny that this one has nothing to do with the technical issues that I was thinking of trying to fix today. And I'm like, maybe I do just get straight up a new computer because this one's fucking busted, apparently. But, let's see if this is still... Yeah, it's still doing that thing. Is onion skinning still not? Why is onion... What has happened? Why is my animate not working like intended? Okay, I'm gonna try... I might have to try restarting my computer because... Onion skinning is not working. Like, I should be seeing onion skins, and they're not working. What's broken? Was it because I'm not on brush? Is it oh, it's because I'm on brush and all the fucking layers are locked. That's why. Okay. Whew. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, gotta figure out why this moved. Oh, I think I know what moved. That's weird. Why did this part move? Okay, we're gonna try moving this. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try pushing you. Oh no. Wee! Oh no, jeez. That's not what I want. Boy, didn't like that. Now, how do I just... Now, I want to take the whole thing. I want to take all of this, right? And I want to move it. I'm trying to figure out how to transform an object. Create an object, expand and fill, convert to symbol, create a new paintbrush. Is there a way to move all of the frames as a unit? That's what I want to know. I have not figured out how to do that yet. At least I figured out what was wrong. Thank fucking God. Whew! I was worried. I was like, no, it's all broken. Why is it all broken? Leave it to me. Start to stream. Everything broken. That's pretty normal, actually. Okay, let's see. Because I don't want to... Here's the thing. The thing I don't want to do, which might be the thing I have to do, but the thing I don't want to do is have to very tediously take every single frame and move it back into spot. There has to be a way to move all the frames. I won't believe it if there isn't. There has to be. There has to be a way to just move all the frames. Transform, free transform, scale, rotate, envelop, free transform. No, god damn it. So I could do that, right? But that's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. I want to take the whole thing, all of the frames, and move them down. They need to be here, right? Oh, hey, that's fixed now. Thank God. I don't know why that was fixed. Why that was broken either. Progress, kind of. Also, I wonder why that doesn't choose. Why is that a separate object? Weird. Weird. Huh. If you can't tell, I'm still pretty novice to this software. This software is still pretty new to me. I'm still learning a lot. Better stage. I don't know what that does. Put content outside the stage. Still learning a lot of the parts of this. I'm still learning a lot of the parts of it is the thing. I'm still trying to get familiar with how certain things work. At least I've got, hold on. Let's say I do this. Want to be here? Select all. Here. There. Do that, right? Now, Move you. I move you. Right down there. Need to nudge you down. Nudge, nudge, nudge. God, yeah. I had to go frame by frame. I don't want to do that. That seems... I mean, I might have to. That's the problem, is I might have to. But I really want to find a way to move all frames at the same time, which means we go to Google. We go to Google. Why are you yelling? It's time to go to Google. All right. Adobe Animate, how to move all frames at the same time. Move entire animation to a new position. I want to move all my animations to a new position, but I select every frame to move only when... Edit multiple frames. Go away, you. I don't... this is bot. Go by. Go by. Edit multiple frames at the bottom of the timeline. Select the beginning and the end of the range of the frames you want to move. Go to the button at the bottom of the timeline. Then the second, edit multiple frames. Select that. Now you can drag the object. Okay. Okay, so that's it, right? I know, right? Get him out of here. I like that they're like, push the button at the bottom of the timeline. What button? No button down there. There's no... You would think it would be under edit, edit multiple, or something. Or modify multiple. Oh no, that's an older version of Animate. That doesn't help me at all. Ah, jeez, that's an older version of Animate. That doesn't help me at all. Ah, beans. Cheese and rice. I mean, there has to be a way. Alignment, library. Edit symbols. Bone bind. Bone. Bone tool. I don't need bones. Quit tool. 3D translation tool. Ugh. There's a third paintbrush that I don't need. Space raid, space raid, space raid. Hi, Jenny. You're late. No, that's fine. Welcome. I'm trying right now to find a setting that apparently existed in previous Animate, but not now, seemingly, because I can't find it. That's... I don't have that button. How else can I find it? You found it. It's control timeline. Edit multiple frames. Holy fuck, that's an awful place to put that. Now, I should just... There. That did not fix my problem. See, that's what I thought. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, let's see if I can fix this one more time. I'm gonna do that. Do that, right? And now I have them all selected. Now I should be able to put you down here. Like that. Now, It's not working. Why? I'm losing my freaking gourd. I've lost me freaking gourd. Timeline. That work. It didn't. What it didn't do. Hydrate up. What it didn't do. What it didn't do is it didn't actually edit all the frames. This is the thing that bugs me. Okay. Hold on, everybody. We're gonna figure this out. Why didn't that work? It seemingly did not do what I asked it to. It like wanted to, but it didn't actually do what I asked it to. Weird. How do I fix that? There. Select all. I'm gonna select. Oh, that's why. I'm a dumbass. That's why. I wasn't on the right frame. So stupid. Want you there, right? So now it didn't work. It like almost worked. Why didn't? This not. Turn off the onions. Get it. Man, Animate is having a bad time right now. My computer's apparently having a bad time right now. Now, it won't want to turn that off. Welcome everybody to the wonders of animation. Things break for seemingly no reason. Let me try this. So we're going to try selecting all these, right? We're going to try moving these. Okay, selected, right? All right, move all frames. Please work. What? I thought. Modify, transform, can't transform. Why can't I transform? Modify, transform, free. I keep on finding new, more interesting ways to have this not work. Okay, so we take that. Let's say we take this and we try moving it up. It like did 2 of the frames. Now, why didn't it do all of the frames? This is what learning looks like, everybody. Because it didn't do... No, it only moved the 1 frame. Why did it not move... Why did it not move the frame that I... We move you. We move you where you need to go. We move the selection tool. Selection tool? No. Because it should. Okay, we got that. Can't move object by transform. Transform. Why do you say there's nothing to transform? That's not true. Interesting. What if I do it this way? What if I do it this stupid way? Not that way. What if I do it this stupid way? What if I do it this stupid way? Okay. It's unviewable, but okay. I was gonna say, no way, that's what it is. Okay, so I move. Oop. Ah, god damn it. This is so weird. I don't understand how to make this work the way I want it to. This still feels wrong. This feels like I would have been better off. I would have been better off, like, just going through and fixing it that way, man. Okay. Did you work? Nope. Why doesn't that work that way? Okay, it's not that. It's this way because of this. So we do this. They put that up there. It doesn't help that whatever broke, and I don't know why it broke. And it's bugging the crap out of me too. That's also why. It's like, what? Huh? Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? Didn't need to. Okay. This works this way. It seems that I've selected it all, okay? Right? Right? Ah, go to heck. Boy, I'll be fighting the bots all day today, aren't I? Alright, that seems to have worked. Oh my god, I finally did it. Holy shit. Is that how that works? That's so weird. I think I understand what it's going for, but that's so weird. Boy, this is going to be impossible to move. Oh shit, doesn't help that I did that. Oh no! Dad did all that work. Okay, I didn't. We're good. Okay. Boy, that's gonna be... Hey, it works. It's definitely faster. I still feel like I'm fundamentally doing this in a way that's... not necessarily how I want to do it, but it works, and that's what matters. Keep on... No, don't select that. Back. One. Earlier. You worked earlier. Don't select that. Gonna have to lock that, aren't I? Okay, we're gonna lock this layer. There we go. There we go. Now we go back. Ooh, that actually helped. Okay. A mess. What a mess I've made. Oh, what a mess I've made. There. I think we fixed it, fellas. Fellas, I think we fixed it finally. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know why it works the way that it does, but it works. It works. See, this is what the animation is supposed to... Guys, this is what the animation's supposed to... Ugh. This is mostly what the animation is supposed to look like. It is weird. I don't know why it moved. I still don't know why it moved. That's so weird. So we're just gonna have to go now. I'm gonna go frame by frame and figure out what broke. Animate, why did you break? Like I said, I haven't touched Animate since last week, so I don't know. I have no idea what happened. That all seems good. That also seems good. Okay, so this to here is all good. God, I have to think. Use my brain. Why was I not prepared to use my brain today? I really wasn't. I think part of it is I was not prepared to have to fix anything. God. I was not ready. I was not expecting to have to fix shit. Wasn't expecting my stuff to be busted. But hey, that's part of the process, isn't it? I have to remember, I've been watching quite a bit of Drawfee recently because it helps get me into a creative mood. And I have to remember when I watch their speed draws, that's literally them working over like days. That's days of work. Now, I really want to cheat this, but I don't think I can. Here, we're gonna do this section by section then. Now, why didn't you... That better worked. Or else I'm gonna be salty. Welcome everyone to the wonderful life of me, where technical issues decide to just break my shit for seemingly no reason. This happens way more than it really should. Mm-mm. Oh, fuck. Can I not do it that way? I swear to hell. Also, did I just undo the work that I did? Seemingly. I'm gonna redo. Just Control A. What the hell? Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind, folks. I don't think I can... Oh, it can. Okay, thank God. So it can work that way. What the hell? No, it can't. Moving the back... It's moving the back half of the onion skin. Oh. Interesting. What an interesting position I found myself in. Oh, Adobe, how can you be such a strong tool and yet so fucky? Oh my God. Wait, that's there. Wait, what? How did I... There. Stay there. I know my Control Z did undid all that. What the hell? Okay, so that's selected, right? So now I could select this, right? Oh, I see what I'm struggling with here. Hold on. Except it doesn't seem to affect much. It's good. I totally understand what's going on here. I totally understand what's going on here, and I totally understand why it's broken. That's grabbing that, though, so that means that that layer... Oh my God. But I can't do it that way, because that would overlap. Because it'll want to touch that layer. But if I... Oh, shit. This is the only way I can do this, huh? That's so awkward. I mean, it's the way I'm gonna have to do it. It's the way I'm gonna have to do it. What the fuck, man? I need to learn what the shortcut is for transform because it's very awkward. Man, there was a part of me, I liked your, if you're still out there, Creeper Cat, I liked your idea so much that I was like, maybe I should do that today. Alt-Shift-E. Because I'm just like, I was so like apprehensive. Man, I was doing a little bit of research before the stream to figure out if I need a new computer or if I need a new screen. Now, here's the thing. To replace the screen is infinitely cheaper. Replacing the screen is infinitely cheaper than replacing the entire computer. So I think I'm going to try replacing the screen first. Yes. I do want to do that, though. Like, I wasn't joking when I said that in Discord. I was like, you know what? I've been watching so much Drawfee. They've got me in a mindset to try stuff like that, too. It would be good practice for me, and it would keep me from burning out as bad, I think, of trying to, like, be like, I don't know what to do next. I have no ideas. Though I usually don't have that issue, but I also want to do things that would involve you guys. That would be fun. That would be fun for me. I think I would enjoy that. So nudge that a little. I'm gonna try nudging a little. Okay, now for some reason, you're up there. Like, just this frame is weird. I don't know why. Don't understand why this freaking program is busted. Adobe, why did you redo everything? Adobe, why did you make me do this much work? I'm mad at you, Adobe, for making me work this hard for seemingly no reason. Why'd they make me do it, guys? I don't understand. Did I make Adobe mad? Did I make Adobe mad? Seems like the rest of this. So I want... Here. So what we want to do now, and this might be something, is I'm gonna... I hopefully will never have to run into this again. But what I need to do now is I need to take this. I need to shove it onto that... Oh, fucking... I need to take this. I need to shove it up that higher layer. I'm gonna lock it. Then I need... Once again... Oh my god. There is some... I want to kill this fucking program. Okay, take that selection, right? Push it up there. We lock. Go back down here. Alt-Shift-E. Select multiple. Go to this. This feels wrong. This feels wrong, by the way that I'm doing this, but it feels like the way that I have to do it. It feels like the way I have to do it. Now... Fucking... Not down there. You guys thought you were gonna get some drawing, but instead I have to fix things for an hour because nothing works. This is my life. Nothing works. You get used to it. This is nobody should ever be surprised by the thing that I'm doing here. Now, I'm not surprised, I'm just livid. There's a difference, in my opinion. I'm not surprised I had to do all this. I'm just livid that I had to do all of this. Don't get it twisted. Am I surprised that I randomly had to fix my entire animation before I even got to draw anything because reasons? Because reasons? I'm sure there's a reason. I'm sure there's a reason that's perfectly my fault that I didn't know that I did. I'm still mad about it, though, because I just wasted 51 minutes. Ugh. Nothing works around here. Why is everything broken? It's fine. Just gotta get that energy out. I woke up today. You ever wake up in the morning and it's just like, something's gonna go wrong. Just something's gonna go wrong. It's just that I had that gut feeling that something would go wrong, and I was like, of course it did. I knew it. Ooh. Yeah. Like, I'm down for that, honestly. Like, I don't know if it'll be every week. And that's the thing. I mean, Drawfee kind of does a similar thing, right? Sometimes they just do fan art, just do whatever they want, just do a fan recommendation of something, like that's a challenge, but like, I want to do some more stuff like that. I think that'd be a fun way to involve people too. Since I'm kind of moving in the direction that art is... It's fine. What broke? Why is it breaking? Something, there's a setting on. There has to be a setting on. Why does it keep moving itself? Otherwise, why would the frames keep moving themselves? I don't understand why. It doesn't make sense. and I'm mad about it. And I should be mad about it because Adobe, we gonna throw hands. This is I've unintentionally actually made how I feel right now regarding Adobe and its bustedness. I have unintentionally made an animation that perfectly encapsulates how I feel right now trying to get it to work. Where are you? Can I cheat? I'm gonna try to cheat. I'm gonna try to cheat, guys. Didn't quite. Maybe that's why. Now, oh, it's because I undid. That's fine. I find this interesting. Where's the... What the... What the fuck? What the fuck? How? How? Keep on finding new creative ways to fuck up this animation. It's driving me crazy. Alright. Why are you gone? Why did it disappear? Hold on. Okay, we got that right. Control A. Fellas, I'm gonna have a freaking heart attack. There we go. I fixed it. Figured it out. That's stupid. Why does it work that way, I wonder? Alright. Guys, did we do it? Did we fix my fucking animation finally? I think we did. Moment of fucking truth. It wouldn't be an Adobe product if I didn't have to do shit like this. Let's all remember, it wouldn't be an Adobe product if I didn't have to do shit like this every now and then. Oh my god, there's still something weird about it, but I don't care for now. I think I fixed it. Why is it right? Did you break my shit, Adobe? Adobe, why did you break my shit? Here. Wait. And I was like, it's gonna be fine. Animation. Animation, it's gonna be fine. You're a big boy. You can do big boy animation. Be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. We can do that. Copy. Paste. Overwrite frames. That. Delete. All right. How the fuck? Things are moving on their own, and they shouldn't be, because I had this synced up perfectly. This is what's killing me, is I had this synced up perfectly. So I don't know how it got nudged and moved around like this. Alright, everybody. We're just gonna... Fine. We're doing this one frame at a time. I'm done trying to shortcut this. Guys, there's an important lesson here, which I sometimes am reminded that even Mr. Williams himself said is, sometimes you just have to do what works, is literally what he says. Just literally do what works. Because if you try to do a shortcut, you end up as shown here, you end up wasting more time. Especially with stuff like this, because it's like, ultimately, something was fundamentally broken. Like, just something got fucked up, and I don't know how. So, hopefully this also is at least like, hey, I'm just doing something at least. I'm still a little livid, though. I'm just like, Adobe? Adobe? Why? Nothing ever works around here, guys. Get used to it. My shit always gets busted like this. I don't even know why. It wouldn't be one of my streams if something didn't inexplicably break. I wouldn't have to spend this much time fixing it. What did I... But this is a learning... This is a learning opportunity. What did I learn? If something is broken like this, the good news is now I know how to move my things all at once. So, like, there is a silver lining here of, like, okay, now I understand how to move my shit. Why can't I move it either? Oh, wait, no, it's not locked. What the hell? That was weird. Eh, why can't I move you? Why are you on that now? I'm gonna kill Adobe. I'm gonna kill Adobe to death. Keep moving my shit without my permission. Now this is all too low. I'm losing my mind. I am losing my mind now. I did not think that this was going to be this much of a hassle. I really didn't. What? That must mean that this is broken now. The hell? Like, because that's too high now. No. Okay, we're going forward. We're moving forward. We're moving forward from this point. Guys, the wonders of animation. This isn't the wonders of animation. This is the wonders of software just breaking for seemingly no reason. This is the wonders of software being fucking busted. I want it to be in line with blue. I also am just like, what works and what doesn't feels so arbitrary sometimes. Who programmed this mess of a program? Oh, it's Adobe. Never mind. Guys, this is a long-standing thing with me. Adobe drives me crazy sometimes. Oh, what? Okay, okay. No. This is good. Please, for the love of God. Please, just stay. Just supposed to be. For the love of God, please just stay where you're supposed to be. Stop moving around. I'm wondering if I have like some accidental like framing tool or something on that's like, oh, you want us to reframe to this every time, right? And it's like, no, I don't want you to. And I probably turned it on accident trying to do something similar on a different, like in a different spot where I was like trying to move a bunch of stuff together, and I turned it on accident and haven't turned it off, and I bet it's breaking everything. This is the real love-hate relationship of Adobe products. Okay. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but we're here. We save. I go cry now. Woo! Oh my god. We can finally start working. This is how it goes sometimes, fellas. Now I get to fight with my fucking pen. Because what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my laptop to a, because there's the place that fixed my phone, which they did me a solid, so I might as well do this for them. I'll see if they can fix my laptop screen, because I looked up, is it possible to replace my screen? Because I think my whole screen just needs to be replaced. The whole damn thing. The whole thing. The screen is, its touchscreen capability is not working, and I think that the reason why my pen is having problems is because the touchscreen is broken. I actually think that's what it is. Also, as much as I want to break this into like its own layers, I think I'll do that later, but I think ultimately I need to... No, I don't. That's not... Yeah, that's fine. Trying to think. This frame is the same as this frame, right? Yes, it is. It is the same frame. Gotcha. I want this to end. Wait, why I made that frame so long? Actually, yes. I think what I want is I want this frame to still be a part of this frame. We want to do this. But I think part of the reason why my shit's busted is because the screen is just going out. The screen has been going out for a long time, and I just need to replace it. I think I replace, because I think the computer is fine. I think the computer works perfectly fine, actually. I think it is just the screen needs replaced. And I was like looking up replacement computers to get a whole new computer, and I was like, oh, that's so much. And it's because I always assume that you can't fix laptops, and this one is very fixable, actually. It's like, oh, replacement screen. That's way cheaper than buying an entirely new laptop. Like I'm just like, oh yeah, no, I'll just do that, and I can't afford that right now. Like I'll do that as soon as possible, and hopefully that'll fix the problem. That's what I'm hoping, is it just fixes the problem, and then I can continue coasting, because there's a couple things that's preventing me from just buying a new computer that made me go, if I get to this particular part of my life, maybe I'll buy a new computer first next. By that I mean a new laptop. Because given how important art is becoming to kind of like what I am doing, given how important art is becoming to what I'm specifically doing, like, I feel like, oh yeah, there's another thing I wanted to test out. Hold on. So what I want to do is I actually want to add a frame. I want to see if I can I add a frame to all of these? So we're going to do this. We're going to go to modify. We're going to go timeline. Distribute to keyframes, layer properties, reverse frames, synchronize symbols, convert to frame by frame, convert to keyframes. How about control? Timeline. Center frame. Edit multiple frames. I wonder if there's a way to insert just a frame, a single frame. I wonder if there's a way to insert a single frame to all of these flatly to get them on threes. Convert to frame by frame animation. Nope, I want the opposite of that. I want the opposite of that. Let's see. Timeline. Tribute to layers. Ooh, that's bad, whatever I just did. I don't want to do that. That would be bad. I think I see what it's wanting me to, what that setting does, and that setting is bad. No, that's not what I wanted. Keyframe every other frame. Not every third. That didn't do anything. Make sure I didn't fuck anything up. What we're gonna do, if I edit multiple frames and we just insert, oh no. What if I just do that? No, that didn't work. I wish there was a way to insert a frame. Here. Because I don't want to very tediously, I just want to extend all the frames by one. I just want to do this. Wait, no way that worked. No, there's still 2 frames. Oh, it almost worked. Oh, baby, it almost worked. I have to do math here. So if I have 96 frames here, 96 divided by 2 is how many frames? Calculator. Now I have to do math. Little did you know, animation actually has math in it, which is probably why a lot of people don't like it. Why I'm okay with it. 96 divided by 2 is going to tell me, okay, I have 48 keyframes, multiplied by 3, I need 104 keyframes. Is that actually going to work? Please, please, I need something to just work today. Well, it almost worked. It almost worked, but that is better. Did I do my math? No, I didn't do my math wrong. I was about to be like, did I seriously do my math wrong? No. You know what? After the last fuck long time that I just spent trying to fix all this, I will take this now. Hold on. Do this one at a time. Nope, doesn't work that way. Do delete. Insert frame. Nope. Work. So it does want to work that way. No. Huh? There. Put it there, folk. Yeah, this is... We need to zoom in anyways. I wish there was a... There probably is, actually, but... I like that I was like, ah, dude, it worked, except mostly. And I was like, okay, now this part will go easy, right? No. It would not be an Adobe product if it didn't fight you for seemingly no reason. But that did everything else that I wanted it to. I just don't know why those first 2 frames didn't work. Because I wanted to slow this down a little bit. I felt like it was going too fast. And as the wisdom of the Mr. Williams has said, if you think that something is going too fast, add frames. If you think that something is going too slow, remove frames. If you have frames to work with like this. And I do, which is lucky. Lucky. Okay, we're going to do this one at a time. There we go. Perfect. And actually, I need to fix this anyways. I need to put this back on the layer that it needs to go on. It's on the wrong layer right now. Take this. Back down here. This. I don't know what the hell what the hell this song is we're listening to, but I fucking dig it. It's good. Alright. Holy shit. Finally. Alright, let's see how it goes now. Because now this is on 3s. And I don't think I'm going to... I think I'm going to keep it like that. Yeah, that's more what I want. Because I felt like it was going too fast. I felt like it was going too fast. That's good. Guys, look, I'm learning animation. Finally. I'm learning animation and also how to stop complaining about this busted fucking program. God. But yeah, no, that also works better in my opinion. Because I felt like it was she was moving too fast. I felt she was moving too fast. And that's a good that's a good piece of advice, right? Like the thing that he suggested really does do a lot to help fix that. This one is going to... So this should still be like 12 frames, right? 1, 2... So around frame 24 it should reset. Almost. Thought it would. Frame 25 not reset it? Oh. I thought I had 6 frames, and then I doubled it by drawing it on 2s because I drew it first on 4s. Let me see. I gotta find where the loop starts now. Time to click around blindly, I guess. Is that a woodpecker? My cat's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, what the fuck is that? There's something like tapping on my wall. Should I tap back? Stop it. Stop it. Guys, the ghosts are back. Guys, the ghosts are back. I'm not gonna... Shut up! My neighbor's being loud right now. Fucking what? Get off my goddamn house! Get off me gosh dang house, you dang woodpecker! Ugh. I'm losing me gourd enough. I don't need to deal with you. The fuck? Stop it! He's not gonna listen to me. Fucking Christ, man. Apparently I really am turning into, Okay, here's the frame. Oh, 36. Yeah, really? 36 divided by... 36 divided by 3 is 12. Oh, I'm a dumbass. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the math makes sense now. I just forgot how to do math for a second. Okay, so 36 frames. So gotta remember that. Honestly, what I should do... So, like, I have this separated out, right? Like, what I should do is now make... We're gonna make a new layer here. Above, right? We're gonna jump this down. And the purpose of the layer that I'm about to make is, okay, that is the repeating layer as a proof of concept, but the first layer is the layer that I actually use to draw on. Now, this is something that I will commend. I will commend Adobe for, though sometimes it gets on my nerves, is Adobe has all of this functionality, and there's no right way to use it. There's actually no right way to use it. You just make it work sometimes. And Adobe is good for that. With the big asterisk of, but you have to accept that sometimes Adobe's just going to fight you. Sometimes Adobe products are just going to fight you for seemingly no reason at that. They're just going to be a pain. Like right now. That's also... That's because sometimes Adobe is incredibly resource heavy. Sometimes Adobe is just like, I want to eat your entire computer. And I'm like, don't eat my entire computer. I need it to work. There we go. Fucking woodpecker. I have never in my life encountered a woodpecker like this. I haven't. I've never run into a woodpecker just sitting. I guess this gives credence to characters like Woody Woodpecker and why he's obnoxious. Is actually no. This is some Raven moments, except instead of the Raven saying nevermore, it's me trying to animate while a woodpecker is tapping on the wall in the corner. So I'm just like, shut up. Shut up. Going crazy as well as enough as it is. Stop it! Guys, are you entertained? The boy loses it to a woodpecker. The boy done lose his gourd. Took an hour and a half to fix his gish dang animation. Takes an hour and a half to fix his freaking animation. Then loses his mind to a woodpecker. I think it's a woodpecker. I don't know what else it would be. Someone's in my walls. Creeper, is it you? Are you in my walls? Is that Spampton? Spampton in my walls again. Get out of my walls. God, it's like concerning, though. It's like, at best, it's a woodpecker just being annoying. At worst, it's like, something chewing on the electrical in my walls, and if it's spammed chewing on the electrical in my walls, you gotta stop doing that, buddy. I was about to say, oh, they stopped. They didn't stop. What's even worse is I bet you can't hear it. Yep, it's not getting picked up by the mic. God, I probably sound so fucking insane right now. He just won't shut up about how there's something tapping on his walls. Guys, you gotta believe me, it's there. It's fucking there. It's driving me crazy. It's real, I swear. Alright. I'm gonna do some animation, guys. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do some animation today, I swear. This is the creative process. Sometimes you like get a day where you get to like really get some good work, and then some days you get what I just encountered, where you are like, yeah, I'll be fine, and then everything goes wrong for seemingly no reason. I do think it will be good if I can get this to, because I like looked up online, okay, screen replacement, and like it's really not that bad. It's a little over $100. That's not that bad for me right now. And if I could do that, that'll be a like enormous game changer. That'll be enormous game changer for me. Because right now, one of the issues I'm running into is like the fact that the screen isn't working is like frustrating, but it's just something that I need to resolve. Now, here's something we're going to test. How does this work? No. I'm going to try this reshape tool. Now it's not going to do what I want it to. So I can grab a pixel, but it doesn't deform, it looks like. It does not deform. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I wanted to see if it would just deform it, and I could just do it that way, but I can't. Probably for the best. There. It is you, Creeper. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was you. I could tell. Just by the sound. I could tell just by the sound. You know what? All things considered, this was still a lot. I learned a lot today. I learned so much in the last hour. Even though sometimes guys, learning feels like you are losing your mind. Remember that. Sometimes learning feels like you're losing your mind. Oh boy. Too much movement. Oh, now they're over here. God, would you moved around? You moved around the walls. Now you're over here, Creeper. What are you doing over there? You're like on my roof. What are you doing on my roof, Creeper? Get down from there. It's dangerous up there. There are nails. I think there's exposed nails. You gotta be careful. Stop. You know what? We're just gonna do something like this. Like that. You're hunting for zombies. That's interesting. So it'll onion skin onto the next layer, but it won't... Alright, that definitely fixed that. So now what we do... Control-Alt-C. I hate that you can't edit... Yeah, Control-Alt-C. You really not... Hold on. Oh, that's interesting. I might have to try that. Sorry, I'm like... First off... What the fuck? Insert. Timeline. Frame. Oh! But it also... God damn it. Guys, I learned something. Guys, we learning today. Boys, we learning today. Paste and overwrite. Paste and overwrite. Hey, go away. Go back into animate. I think all things considered, my madness at least today was entertaining, guys. I think my madness today was at least entertaining. I think I was at least... I at least was a goober. Even though I was losing my freaking mind, at least I was a goober. The other hair I need to fix is like what the back hair does, but at least I'm... We making progress. We making progress. Boy, my hands were jittery as hell when I was doing this, huh? Weird. Oh, I think I was on the wrong layer, that's why. Interesting how that works. My new favorite thing to do. Fuck with the goddamn pen until it works. See, this is where I'm like, okay. This is going to be hopefully the last, at least the start of the last day. Essentially, my plan is I'm going to take it there and be like, okay, guys, this is driving me crazy. I need you to fix it. I just need you to fix it. And fix my screen, please. And then they're probably not going to have the part. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be like, hey, go get the part. Go get the part for this. Go get the part for this. I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to muddle through it until I get the part, and then I'm going to have them fix it, and then it should be fixed. It'll also probably mean there will probably be a couple days where I don't have my laptop, but that's fine. I have contingencies. I have plenty of ways to, like, overcome certain problems that I have, but God knows I'm not dealing with this shit no more. Though it did get close to me just straight up getting a new laptop. But I really don't think I need a new laptop. I just need a new screen for my laptop, which is infinitely cheaper. It's just annoying. But then again, I have to remember things break down. And this is a fragile... This still is pretty fragile. And I think the thing that I'm going to prevent from doing in the future, that I didn't end up really using as a feature anyways, is technically this laptop is one of those laptops you can fold in half into a tablet. And I did that a decent amount. Like, I did that a little bit. But I'm not going to be traveling with it as much. It's going to be staying home, mostly. And I'm only going to be using it for art for the foreseeable future. So fixing its screen would benefit me a lot. And then if that's still the problem, then I'm like, okay, now I need a new computer. But at least it's only $100 to try to fix a computer instead of 500. And I really want to put that off if I can. Like, I don't want to have to get a new computer because, again, this laptop has only been frustrating, but it hasn't been bad. And I think there's just a time where you have to accept that you have to fix your technology. Your technology don't last forever. It doesn't. And you have to fix it. This is also something, I'm taking this to heart. Delete your art. Delete your art. Delete your art. Be willing to redo something. Thank you, Drawfee. You wonderful boys. Stop saying sorry. Nah, Drawfee's great. If you don't know what Drawfee is, everybody should go check out Drawfee. Drawfee's great. There are a bunch of fantastic artists. Julia's great. Nathan's great. Jacob's great. Karina's great. They're all a bunch of great goofballs too. They have a great sense of humor. I like their commentary. They are the Let's Play channel for art, essentially, is what they really are. If you think about what they do, they're the Let's Play channel for art. Pretty much, though. Practically speaking, even. What the? Oh. Brain? You're awful. Don't worry, I didn't show anything important, but I was like, huh, that's glowing. Click. Oh no, you saw my Discord. It's a good thing I didn't click on anything personal. Dude, that's... Man, I'm gonna be so fucking embarrassed the day that that happens, and all I'm gonna say is, it very likely will happen to me at some point, but hey, I'll take it in stride. The day I do that, I'm just gonna have to really embarrassingly make a VOD, and it's gonna be funny, and I'm just gonna be like, I don't know why my brain opened that live! I'm gonna open like a fucking DM to someone I'm dating or something, and it's gonna go real bad. It's gonna go real bad. I'm gonna be like, oh no! Shit. Oh, geez, everyone's gonna know how horny I am. As though if people don't know that. As though if it isn't fairly common knowledge at this point, the extent of it. Like, it's pretty, I would say it's pretty much just channel brand at this point. I'm still sitting here living in 2018 with a not safe for work channel in my Discord, unironically. Excuse me? I erased you. Why did you not... Oh, I'm on the wrong layer, that's why. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer, that's why. This is the problem layer. This is the problem layer right here. Kept getting bigger, needed to get smaller. And sometimes you just gotta clean up a little bit. Boy, it'll be fun going frame by frame, cleaning all this shit. But I actually like doing stuff like that, so maybe I'll enjoy it. Or maybe I'll freaking hate it. Who knows? Clean as you go. That's how I try to keep it. Clean as you go. Cleaning as you go can help a lot. There we go. Help get rid of some of that artifacting. If there's one thing I want to get better at, is I feel like I have a habit of making really messy, like really messy lines, like and like not being very precise when I need to be. Like I've gotten better at it, but I feel like I oftentimes leave a lot of work for myself to have to redo because I'm very bad about that. Right now, I'm just kind of like, screw it. What we're gonna do today is we're just gonna do whatever the heart calls towards for this piece, which means just kind of going around. And if I'm on a frame, I'm gonna tool on a frame for a while, and then we're gonna switch to a different frame. Even though I really wanted to work on that other side of that animation, I have enough here that there's really not anything. There's any progress that I make on this is gonna be progress. It's not like I'm going to be wasting my time working on something, because if I'm fixing something, it's improving it, no matter what. Any work anywhere is going to be progress made, especially after the hell that I just went through this morning. Oh, boy. So glad I'm past that. That's for damn sure. Boy, that was a nightmare. Certainly was awful, to say the least. I don't want to have to go through it again. I don't want to have to go through it again. It sucked. I don't know if my pen is too thick, but We're just going to kind of work. We're going to work with what works. Delete this artifact because it's bugging the hell out of me. Delete that artifact because it's bugging the hell out of me. I'm also going to do a little bit of artifact duty because artifacting is annoying. I mean, to be fair, when I first drew this was on a day when all my stuff was busted, so I was like, I have all this shit that I have to correct because it was a product of my busted drawing that day where I just kind of was like, I'm just making it work. I have a lot of artifacts that I have to fix. That's one thing that I'm thoroughly impressed with Drawfee is they do not artifact all that often. They just do it, and I'm just like, how do you just do it in one, man? But then again, I have stuff like this that I'm fighting, where my pen just being a bit of a dingle. This is what it looks like for me to have to use my shit right now, and I have a plan now to correct it. I think, like, seemingly, this is a temporary fix anyways, and it doesn't seem to even work all that well all the time. And I don't even think it's what fixes it. What probably fixes it is like giving the screen a rest or something, because it definitely is the screen at this point. I don't think it's any question that it isn't the screen. The fact that connecting this on Bluetooth has no impact on whether it works or not must mean that it has nothing to do with Bluetooth and everything to do with the screen. And I have my other drawing tablet as a backup, but really, I really don't want to use that because I tried drawing a couple of my daily drawings on it, and it hurts. It hurts to use, man. It's hard for me to convince myself to go back to it, that because, like, compared to this, like, it is like trying to draw with, it's like trying to draw with the wrong side of a knife bedded into your hand. It hurts my hand to use. It is painful, to say the least. Get better at cleaning up those artifacts as I see them. This is the thing that I think Mr. Richards, Mr. Williams says that I totally agree with, is like it's not so much that animation is like good drawings, but good animation is made out of like still made out of good drawings. So you should still want your drawings to be good. You know, like you should want them to be like, they don't have to be amazing drawings, but they should at least be like, you don't want them to be messes. You don't want them to be messy. Go make lunch. Come back with lunch. Have a good lunch. Bring back lunch. Bring me some pizza. Bring me some pizza. Yeah, it's already looking cleaner. All right, now that I'm warmed up, I also just needed that warm up to be able to be like, okay, I think I got everything fixed. Fix this hand. Bit of the artifacting. There are also just sometimes it's just whatever the vibe of the day, right? Where you're like, why did I leave it that way? Why did I leave all those artifacts lying around? Can't believe I left all these artifacts lying around on the floor, cluttering up the space. But sometimes that's how it goes. Sometimes you wake up and you're like, everything is a mess. I guess I need to clean it. That sometimes happens. Happens in art too. Happens in art too. It happens in art too. Gotta fix your shit sometimes. I would assume that it is the screen because, like, I've noticed like the screen just flicker and stuff when I try to use it, and it's the only touch functionality that works, right? So like that would make the most sense for why I'm running into that situation where like it just suddenly starts losing connection. I think the screen is just worn out. Things get worn out. I gotta remember that. Things get worn out. And like my other tablet does confirm that it is something to do between the pen and the screen, because the other tablet doesn't have this kind of weird artifacting, have this weird tracking issue. So I do think it is just the screen, and I'm almost in luck, to say the least, that I looked up online and found replacement screens for it. Like, it's not the worst. And I happily will take it to the place that and be like, hey, since you couldn't fix my phone, fix my computer, because it genuinely needs to be fixed. This one I know. This one I know. You can look at it and see that it's falling apart. This one ain't gonna be a peel off a thing and it suddenly starts working again. Like, I know this needs to be repaired. So I still feel bad about that, because it's like, it was awkward, to say the least, but I'm at least grateful that it ended up not being a bigger situation. But yeah, I think that the screen is just worn out from being opened and closed too many times, just in general. So that might even be a chance where I'm like, do I find a spot to put my laptop that way it can just sit open all the time and I'll just turn it off? Because if I don't have to close it, I won't. It's one of those, and again, like I said, it's one of those laptops you theoretically can fold in half. But what I found is, gotcha. Oh no. Oh no. Uh, I just ended up not really using that functionality. Like, for starters, it's novel. But guess what? You can't access your keyboard. The keyboard is super important, in my opinion, to be able to utilize for keyboard shortcuts. So what I've actually started using it is like a painting easel, like a vertical kind of setup. And I actually kind of like that more, because you get more of like that painter drawer feel to your artwork, as opposed to what I was doing before, which is like, I thought I like drawing like out of a book. I've learned I kind of don't like drawing out of a book. I like this vertical. There's a reason why it works. You know, like, there's just one of those moments I got to where it's like, oh, well, yeah, it's not like I thought nobody did it for no reason. I just didn't have the practice. And I think this is a lot less stressful on the laptop anyways, overall, I think. As opposed to cracking it in half and then cracking it back, you know, like, that's probably not very good for the laptop to do it as many times as I have. So I'll probably be like, what I'll do, I'll either do one of two things. I'll be like, can I drop it off and leave it with you guys long enough to determine how much you need to repair, and then have it back, because it still at least works. It's not like it's completely unusable, obviously. It's just frustrating right now. Like, I'm going to need it for some things, or I'm just going to have a week where I don't do drawing. That might be the other thing. I'll be like, guys, no drawings today, so we're going to... What I might actually do, you guys are going to have fun with this, I might just have to use keyboard and mouse. We'll see. I might just have to use keyboard and mouse. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, right? Like, you just gotta make it work. You gotta use what you have on hand. And what's funny is, it's not that I can't draw with keyboard and mouse, actually. The little sub icon, I've just been doing that with keyboard and mouse. Been doing that with keyboard and mouse. You know? So, comes down to it, I guess I just do some keyboard and mouse for a while, guys. Which might even be like something I might enjoy, and I'll be like, why do I even use a pen? Well, it's because it's good. It's because it's good. Okay. Oh god, he's back. Bro, hydrate man. Thank you, hydrate man. You know, so I at least I feel good. I do feel good. I feel like I got a plan on how to fix some stuff I'm dealing with, because God knows, if there is anything in my life that I have at least gotten better at, it's the fact that when things break, I fucking fix them. I don't live with broken things very long anymore, which is good. That's a good life skill, everyone. If you hot advice, guys, this is hot advice right off the press. When something is broken, fix it. Guys, when something is broken, fix it. I know, wild, right? Crazy advice. When things aren't working, you fix them. Unbelievable. 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 Can't believe I would call out my viewers like that. As though if it really isn't a dig at me. Alright, and then to fix this, I just have to remember. So I'm going to drop this down for now. What we're going to do, so we're drawing on 4s, right? Drawing on 4s. Cut it to 2s, and if it feels like it's going too fast, that's the thing that's nice about this process, is like I could be like, if it's going too fast, okay, that actually might not be a bad thing, because that will remind me to put it back up there. And I can do this. Hide. There. Now I can actually see what I'm working at. Now I can actually see what I'm working on. Make sure. Did you move? No. No, this is just one of the old ones, so it's framed. I do want that. I want it to look like they're rolling their shoulders. Oh, I see what I did wrong here. That's what I wanted. You gotta learn my art style. Interesting. Well, good luck, because I can't tell you how it works, because I feel like my art style is still a work in progress. I still feel like my art style doesn't really exist. That's because I'm too hard on myself, like every artist. If Droppy has taught me anything, I am just like every other artist. Way too fucking hard on myself. What I want to do is I want to add some motion here, I think. I want it to roll out the elbow. So I want the elbow to roll out and around is really what I want. There we go, much better. Delete your art. You're right, Drawfee. Delete your art. Always delete your art. Remember, guys, from the wise mouths of those who are much better than me at art, delete your art. it's not good enough, delete your art. But no, like, be willing to be like, I don't like it. Be willing to be like, I don't like it, and then do something about it. That is what I've learned from them. You can't just say you don't like your art. I've been there. I'm just like, I don't like it. I don't like it, but I don't know how to do it different. And the answer is you don't know how to do it different. You have to figure out how to do it different. But you still have to be willing to throw it in the garbage to be able to figure out how to do it different. If you're not happy with it, do it different. Just do it different. That's what I've learned. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're doing it right or wrong. If you don't like it, do it different. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. That's more like what I want. I want it to like look like I'm shaking. I want to look like Canary's shaking out her like, arm and shoulder. Actually. So that needs to go down. This frame needs to have the shoulder going down, actually. Yeah, there's two things that I figured out with what's busted with this, that I've at least figured out that's what's busted with this, seemingly with this, laptop, is that the for whatever reason, it's like sometimes portions of the screen, it sometimes feels like more like portions of the screen don't want to work. Very weird. So I have to figure out like how to get portions of the screen to work to my advantage. Sometimes you just gotta give it like a second to think. I think sometimes it's like, I know that you did something, but I don't know if you did something because my screen is broken. Delete your artwork. Delete your art. Do it. Don't be afraid. Be not afraid. Be not afraid of the eraser angel. Throw it in the garbage. Throw trash in the garbage. Trash belongs in the garbage. And also there's like, a certain amount of like, be willing to be okay with something because it works too. That's something I've also like appreciated that they've kind of been more about too, is like, just be willing to have confidence in your art, because sometimes they'll be like, yeah, I worked on this, I didn't think it was really good, and they've like done the like most perfect rendition of like a hand or a face, and the rest of them will be like, don't do that. And they're like, but I thought it was bad. They're like, it happens. That happens. You know? And then you like look back at it and you're like, oh, it really wasn't that bad. I definitely feel like sometimes my technical issues get me in my head. My issue is like I think my technical issues get me in my head because I'm just like, if only I wasn't dealing with these gosh damn technical issues, I could actually get some dang work done. But I have to remember, well, if that's the case, then I need to delete my computer. I need to delete System 32, clearly. I need to get a new computer, I need to fix it, I need to do something. I can't just be like, Garg! Nothing works around here. Garg! Nope, I gotta fix it. I had to fix my car. I have to fix my computer. My other computer's having technical issues with graphics. Maybe I just go up to a 3060. Sean does recommend a 3060, and I'm like, okay. And the 3060 is not bad. It's not bad, though I'm a little worried that if like I don't get it now, it's gonna go up in price very quickly. But it's like under 300, and I'm like, oh, that's very tempting. That's incredibly tempting. There's like a 12 gigabyte VRAM one that I'm like, that might just fix all of my well, it might alleviate an element of my problems. I do think I'm running into hardware issues with my motherboard again, but again, I have to remember something. Just fix it. Don't be all like, why does things keep breaking? Because things break. Don't be like, why does things keep breaking? Be like, it broke. Fix. It broke, you fix. If it break, you fix. That's what happened. That's what happened when things break, you fix. If something break, you fix it. Alright, let's see how that looks. Yeah, I didn't need to do that. I wonder if there's a way to do that faster. There probably is. I feel like I have a thing on the wrong layer, and I think it's this. It's this. You're not supposed to be on this layer. You're not supposed to be on this layer. Get on. No. Oh. Well, I want this to work because it would be more precise. Remember, animation is magic and Maguka is suffering. You want to make things where you draw your characters my style. Wait. I want to draw your characters in my style and my characters in your style. Yeah, that'd be fun. I like stuff like that. Like I said, I've been watching a lot of Drawfee recently, so that's a very that's also like um a very Drawfee project. I don't know. What do I have it's flashing. What's flashing? There's a frame that's white. You keep on acting like there's a white frame. I don't know. What? Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why. Shouldn't be doing that. Oh, right. No, it should be doing that. I was like, except it shouldn't be doing that? No, it should be doing that. All right. All right. Okay. It mostly does it. See, this is where it's important to do stuff like this. Now I take this frame. I actually need it to be at the end. See? God, that's so awkward on my hands. It's so awkward on my hands. Control V. There. This one needs to. Control O. It's this one. Hey, and at the very least, I have figured out a lot regarding how to get much more out of elements of my animation too, and like how to better, like for example, how to better read loops. Like I know how to do pose to pose for a loop, I think at this point pretty well. Also something I might change my style here is like how I'm doing these I keep on adding these, like, you know, rolled up sleeves, and I think I actually make them a little bit too big. I'm gonna try dialing back down a little bit. Yeah, the articulation is there. The articulation is there. I just need to clean it up. Clean up the artifacts, clean up the artifacts, make it a good drawing. What I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna focus on just kind of cleaning up elements of the proportions a little bit to make them a little bit more consistent, a little bit more, I don't know. I don't think believable is the word I want, but I do want them to be a little bit more like subdued, because I think I made those like sleeve cuffs a little bit too big. It, clean it. Just a little bit thicker. Get in there. Just get in there. Get inside the vector. Get inside the vector. But guys, if I fix my screen, then I'm gonna have to get used to not resting my hand on the screen. No, I think it'll be fine. Because usually it's pretty good about that, I would say. Whenever you're like using a pen and a screen can support it, it's like, oh, you want to use your pen, not your hand. Okay, we understand. It is still weird that at least at one point this was fixing some portions of it, but I'm still just like, I don't understand why is the thing. Still don't understand why is the thing. Drawing people in the style that you use isn't very difficult because it's basically, yeah. I mean, kind of, which is fun. I like your little guys. We have kind of similar, different little guys. Drawing little guys is fun. I also just like making characters and character designs, and I think it would be fun to do a couple of like, all right, guys, what cursed thing do you want me to make today? Because I do like making cursed objects. Oh, I love making cursed objects. Oh, I love making cursed objects. It's one of my favorite things to do. Making cursed objects. Boy, I must have been really having a bad day that day. I just realized, like, I was working on this and man, I must have been having a real bad time trying to get things working because, like, that line was nowhere near where it should have been. Like, even a little bit. Plants are kind of an object, but also kind of a living thing as well. Yes. I mean, all living things are objects. Hmm. I feel like I got the right idea with that tween, but I'm not sure where I want to take it is the problem. Oh, the hell? Both this frame needs to go bigger and the other frame needs to go thinner, I think. Like, this is something I just want to do more in general. Is like, I make these like really, really big cufflinks, but really, or cufflinks, I don't know what they are, rolled up sleeves. Make these big rolled up sleeves, but really I want to simplify them. That way they're more consistent. They're not supposed to be super, super big. They're just supposed to be like an anchor point. Much better. Much better. It's definitely better. It's definitely better. And I want... Hand starts here. I want this to almost oscillate. I want the other hand to almost oscillate. I want it to, like, shake. Like, I want there to be, like, shaking the shoulder and, like, shaking of the hand. I need this hand. My oven mitts on. Keep the oven mitts on. We'll see how this looks. Where I just have it go all, like... Where I'm just oscillating it back and forth as much as possible. Oops. Oopsie. Did want to erase that. God damn it. How do I keep on hitting undo too many times? And this is also one of those weird Adobe programs that undo is not... Undo is like something different. Like undo is Control Y, and I'm just like, that's not undo. It's Control Alt X. It's not. It's Control Alt Z. Damn it. One. Yeah. Do so. It'll be like 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if the angle on that makes sense. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna lose my mind, but I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. What's funny is I think that connecting my Bamboo Eek via Bluetooth only really gives me like 1 or 2 functions. And I'm just like, God damn it. What's funny is that's about right. Do that. Then, instead of dropping it down like that, we're gonna keep it about the same, right? I want it to be like stretching out the hand a little bit. Just something more subtle. Just something that's more like, okay, so I'm like relaxing the hand. There we go. Fix some other parts while I'm here. Fix some other parts while I'm here. Fix it while you go. I also don't know why this is something I like. It's not really like a style thing, right? It's just a thing I do. For whatever reason, I do not close my lines while I work. I just work. I don't close my lines while I work. I don't know why. It's a very weird habit of mine. I have no idea why. It's a peculiar habit of mine. I have no idea why I do it. Not something I do very often. I either don't close my lines or my lines overlap in disgusting ways. There's never an in-between. Wait. Yeah, I definitely want this. Definitely want that frame to be different. I want it to be more like the blue frame. Your art. Delete your art. Delete your art. Delete your art. Delete your art. Be willing to redraw something if it's not working. Always be willing to redraw it. Especially in animation. Oh my god, especially in animation, I think. Like, you're going to be drawing a lot anyways in animation, so you have no excuse to be like, but I don't wanna. It's like, it's your whole thing, dog. You're going to be drawing a lot. Buddy, you're going to be drawing a lot. You can't just be like, but I don't want to redraw it. The whole point in animation is redrawing something until you go insane or make it look cool. Kind of a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. So, you know how it goes. You know how it goes. Also, I'm in one of these curious cases where my sleeves got all fucky. But again, I think I was just really livid that day anyway, so I was just kind of like, fuck it, we're doing it live. Doing it live, we're making it work. It made everything kind of messy. Things warp in ways they shouldn't. Which is just a bad habit of mine in general, I think. Changing the proportions of things when they shouldn't change is a very bad habit of mine. But I got better. Getting better. I think I got better. Definitely not as bad as it used to be. I used to be worse about it. That's just learning how to draw and do things properly, in my opinion. Do the line. Do the line. Do the line. There you go. Combination of fighting my computer to draw the line properly and get it to dang well work. I almost want the That was new. It was like, failed to connect. I was like, what? Huh? Aru? Ada? Ada? That Ada is like one of my favorite dumb, like, sounds, onomatopoeias that I love. It's just, Ada? Ada? What? Huh? It's just like essentially the equivalent of, huh? But it's like a whole word. But also, I mean, like, huh is a word. But it's like such a, like, it's more like an effort sound, right? It's not really a word, but it's a really funny sound. I love it. I love it. Look at me fixing things like a real animator. Look at me fixing things like I'm a real animator. Using my eyeballs. Seeing where things are breaking where they shouldn't be. Yeah, you can tell that this was particularly a day where I was particularly livid about my pen being broken, because that is just a bad line. That's just a bad line. See, what's funny is Droppy will complain about how nothing seems to work, but it's like from an artistic standpoint, and I'm sitting here like, nothing seems to work because it's all broken. My shit is busted. But we're working through it. If I think about it like dipping your pen in ink oil, it's like, it's more tolerable that way if I imagine it like I'm like, you know, just I just gotta dip it in ink oil and figure itself out. Reset the brush. All that jazz. Alright, let's check it out now. Yeah! That works! That works much better, yes. And then I'm gonna draw it on twos, and I think it'll look really, really good. The handshake came out really good, actually. Like, obviously, I need to do it. I have just straight up a frame that's missing my hair. Whoops. What? It's the first frame? No way I'm missing. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, it needs to be there. Poison is a Pokemon type, and I don't know if that's true. It is a Pokemon type, but it's also a Pokemon type that is bizarre. If you think about its typing in comparison to other Pokemon, it is a type that feels like it shouldn't exist. But it's in, especially in Gen 1, it is a type that is everywhere. I think that's part of the problem is like, I did not realize, because I grew up on Gen 2, I did not know that Gen 1 had so many poison Pokemon. And it really does. It really has so many poison Pokemon in it. Like, just too many poison Pokemon to be... I don't know what I did there. To be honest, like... They just attach... Essentially, poison is like a subcategory type. Because there were not really any... I guess there was a couple. I guess there was Grimer and Koffing were true poison types. But, like, it was always appended onto a Pokemon, right? Like, just out of nowhere. One of the starters could become grass poison, which is bazonkers to me, because that feels like a novel concept that would come later, right? It's like, oh, we've got our grass one, our fire one, and our water one. And it's like, even at the beginning, they were like, but it's more special because he's got poison. They probably gave him poison because they thought he was underpowered. Like, he doesn't just start off as the grass one. He's grass poison from the get-go, I believe. I believe Bulbasaur is grass poison from the start. which is weird. It's weird to me. There's an evolution of every type. They'd make a poison one be something mushrooms and could be a Sporeon. I thought that was like a Spore reference. I was like, do you want me to make evolutions in Spore? Oh my god, if I don't have my laptop, I should do some Spore streams. If I don't have my laptop, I should get Spore working on my computer again, and we should do some Spore streams. That's what I might do. That would be fun. Because it'd be good. Spore is always a good one-off. It's a good way for me to make some monsters. It's good. It's fun. I love playing in Spore. So, like, yeah. Yeah. Spore is by no means a perfect game, but if I can give it credit for anything, it is the game that got me the most into probably 3D modeling. That made me go, maybe I could do 3D modeling, because it is 3D modeling for babies. It is 3D modeling for babies, and that's not an insult. That's a good thing about it. I bet there are people who would admit that the reason why they're even doing creature character design in 3D is because of Spore. And Spore is very good for that. Spore is very good for that. Eat my banana. The next time this breaks, I'm going to eat my banana to give it a second to see if it'll help fix it. This is another reason why I need to fix this, is because, like, all of my weird workarounds are not keeping it fixed longer. Like, they're noticeably breaking it more and more, and I'm like, ugh, awful. Broken again. And what's weird about it is, like, being more careful or being more rough with it doesn't seem to fix the problem. And it just seems to, like, not want to work for, like, a little bit, and then it fixes itself again. Maybe I just need to be more patient with it. Every time it breaks, I just gotta be like, okay, figure your shit out, computer. Whatever's broken with you, figure it out. Here, I'm gonna pour myself some coffee. We're going to eat my banana. Just let this test while I eat my... Yeah. And then I can start working on twos. Because I think this will also be on twos. It'll be maybe even a little bit faster, so maybe it benefit from being on twos. I still can't believe the first frame is missing my hair. How is the first frame missing my hair? How am I missing my hair in my first frame in my animation? How am I missing my hair in my first frame in my animation? What the fuck? Oh, I'm missing it in the last frame of my animation. That's why. I understand now what broke, guys. Guys, I figured out what broke. That's stupid. Did I just want to know how I lost it though. Sitting here like, why are you broken? Oh, you're broken for a very clear, potentially, you know, reasonable reason. My bad. I still want to. I'm like, do I like research exactly how to prevent the fucking nightmare I ran into earlier though? Because God knows that was like, that had me freaking livid, man. How bad that broke. It broke real bad. I thought it was. Oh, there you go. That's all I was trying to do. Oops. What? Oh, I'm hitting Alt. That's why. Why is that not zooming out? I got dots in the corner. I definitely need to do. Whoa, that's some weird oscillation going on there. That's some weird oscillation going on there. I don't know how I did that. But the hand looks good. The arm looks really good, actually. Hmm. I mean, overall, progress was made. Progress was actually made, I think. Like, there's progress here. Honestly, the hair flip up is kind of like it's too much. It's too much. I thought it would be enough. It's actually too much. You need something more subtle. More subtle. This still probably will be too much, but this is where you gotta dial things back a little, right? You gotta be like, okay, not that. Just a little bit of swoopiness. Just a little bit of swoopiness. Boy, this will be fun. Need to make sure I got the motion right. Come on. I gotta make sure I got the motion I want right. And I will say overall, I've gotten much better at being like way more tactile with this kind of thing. Like that line, I was like, oh wow, I did it in one motion, one fluid motion. Pretty good for me, honestly. Usually I'm way worse about stuff like that. Gotta get rid of the artifacts. This artifacting too, I don't know why I'm so bad about it. Oh, that artifact's actually in the first one. Interesting. Like that. Ooh, ah. How? How'd I do that? Sometimes you like look at something you do and you're like, why did I think that would work that? Better, 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 question mark? There's really only one way to find out. That should be better. I want it to move that way. Not that way. Want to keep, the center of mass mostly the same because the hips are what move. Your gut doesn't really move compared to your hips all that much. Like your gut usually stays about the same because it's like a center. It's like a center of a balance, right? Your centers of balance move very little as opposed to your everything else. Everything else moves out from the center of balance, but the center of balance really doesn't move that much. If the center of balance moves, it usually ripples out into the rest of the body into different, more bigger motions. But generally speaking, if you're staying in one spot, your center of balance stays relatively the same. This just has too much. This just has too much. Like I said, sometimes you just are you're drawing, and if you're having like a day like I was, that one day where it's like nothing's working, I'm frustrated all the time, you just make mistakes just because you're too frustrated trying to get anything to work. And one thing you got to remember is if you're making mistakes because you're already struggling with the apparatus or the medium, that's not always your fault. Like if you make mistakes because of the fault because you're already struggling with getting the thing to operate at all, then don't worry about that. You have to go back and fix it. Have to go back and fix it. Have to go try to get, whatever's breaking it resolved, because God knows I'm not going to keep living this way. And I'm glad I at least came up with the idea to fix it the way that I did. And I think it will hopefully at least buy me time for needing to actually buy a new laptop. I want to buy a new laptop when this laptop literally can't turn on anymore. That's when I want a new laptop. So, if there is even a shadow of a doubt that I can at least fix this laptop for a Far Cry portion of what it would cost to get a new laptop, then I will. Like, I've never gotten this laptop serviced. Like, with that in mind, it's lasted a pretty long time, honestly. Like, having not fixed it at all, like, that's pretty good. Really? Huh. It's also moving weird. Oh god, don't tell me something got moved around. That's what I'm saying. It like got jittered. Something about this frame got moved left. That's better. I think that's better. Yeah. Yeah, because it doesn't look like she's sliding around no more. Up here. My freaking laptop a second to think about its life. Ah. Mm-mm. It's still weird. It, like, kind of fixes the problem, but not really always. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It's unknowable and unreasonable. Really bad right now. There. Got your shit. It feels like a ballpoint. You know how like when you have a ballpoint pen and sometimes it just like you draw over the same spot 3 times and it won't work, but then you go someplace else and scribble and it's fine. That's what I'm working with for a fucking computer. And oh boy, it's just as bad as it sounds. And the only way I've found to like fix it is like by removing it and putting it back on Bluetooth, and eventually it works. But I don't even know if that's what makes it works, or if it's just like happenstance. I think it's just happenstance. It largely is the laptop screen just being busted. Because like I even saw that as a solution was to disconnect it and reconnect it multiple times. Disconnecting it doesn't even truly disconnect it, so is it really fixing anything? I don't think so. And as you can tell, this just grinds things to a halt. Like, I can't do anything about this. The only thing I can do about it, truly do about it, is fix the entire screen or use my drawing pad, which I don't actually have the drivers installed for because I was like, I'll just suffer. And I'm like, why? Because I don't want to suffer the drawing pad. That's why, actually. Because the drawing pad hurts my hand. Actual reason. Because the drawing pad hurts my hand. Like the real reason that I'm like, no, I don't want to. It's just not working. This is what I mean is like, I don't know. Because there's a cord inside this laptop. It's just not working now. It's just kind of luck now, and everyone knows how I feel about luck. Good luck, bad luck, I don't need any of it. And I mean, I'm glad I figured out at least a plan now, so I definitely. Because, like, I don't know. I was, like, thinking about it. It happened, like, again. I was like, okay. feel like it's a laptop issue, so I either need to I need to get a new laptop, maybe. Like maybe that, but then I was like, wait, can I just replace the screen? And I definitely found it online, and it's like, happily take it to somebody to fix my screen, please, because I don't want to have to fix this thing by myself. I'm not an electrician. I don't want to. I don't work on appliances. I work on computers. There's a difference. It's just so weird that it just stops working. What if I tried that? That maybe could help? Oh, so weird, but it'll work over here. Now it's working again. Not working there. See, this is the thing that bugs me is like, I shouldn't be able to do this, right? If I was having issues with my brush, but that works fine. So weird, man. I don't understand it. It's unknowable. It truly is unknowable. Like, it gets stuck. Like, it is just weird. And also, like, watch. This is continuous motion. Okay. Not gonna work. Gonna work over here. Not gonna work over here. Like, this spot right here is having a hard time tracking. Maybe. Sorry, I'm trying some things to see if I can just be like, figure your shit out. No, it won't. Won't figure its shit out. It'll draw there, though. Unknowable, uncalled for, and frankly, insulting. Frankly, insulting. Just so rude. And it just stops. It just stops eventually. Restarting the computer doesn't fix it. Recalibrating the surface doesn't fix it. Nothing seems to fix this problem, no matter what I've tried. Just have to live with it. I've also, this would be stupid. Guys, if it's primarily, and I swear to God, if it's primarily horizontal, like vertical lines, you can't do vertical lines anymore? Is that it? Can't do vertical lines anymore? I mean, that's a complete pain in my ass, but it's stupid. I need to find the shortcut for how to... So I can rotate, right? I gotta figure out how to center it. So if I rotate, say rotate. Okay, good. That resets it. That's good to know. Well, that answers something that had kind of been frustrating me anyways, is if it's just that, that's annoying, but manageable, you know? Nope. Think you figure something out, and then you're just like, nope. Just broken. You think you figure something out, and then you just find out that it's just broken. This is what I mean, is like... It's just that the thing doesn't want to do tapping consistently. Oh, the screen. I hope I can just fix it. I hope I could just fix the screen and it'll be fine. I do think it will be fine. I think it will be fine if I can just fix the screen. And I do think it's the screen. Because I don't know what else it would be. I don't know what else it would be. God knows it doesn't seem to be anything else. Because it's not even like I can, okay, overcorrect and then fix it, because it doesn't work for Eraser either. And it just happens catastrophically like this. Like, nothing starts working. None of my fixes start working. It just breaks all the way. And it's like, okay. Cool. Here's a dumb thing I could try. This might look awful, guys. It blue screen! Oh my god, that's incredible. Holy shit, that's funny. Guys, this might look awful. Crashes the whole fucking computer. That's unknowable, man. Who knows? Not me. Not me. Ain't me. Ain't me, Captain. I don't know shit. I don't know shit. Alright. Go again. Go again. We go again. We try again. Guys, just look at it this way. Stick with me long enough, and you'll eventually see a day that this isn't the standard. It's just been particularly bad recently. I think it's also just been particularly bad recently. Like, it's just been awful. Like, things have been just breaking left and right. It wasn't, what, a fucking month ago that I didn't have a car because my battery died and I couldn't get a new battery immediately? You know? Like, thank God that was easy to fix. Now I need to probably get a new GPU for my computer, maybe a new motherboard on top of that, and then a new screen for my laptop. But the screen is probably the most affordable thing next to a motherboard. The thing about the motherboard thing is, I think I can limp it, at least. I think I can limp my computer, because the only thing that's concerning about the motherboard is the fact that the seemingly, for no reason, by the way, the network connection is, like, the network adapter is busted. It's fine. I could tolerate that. But the reason why I'm like, do I fix the motherboard is, with my internet issues, especially for as sporadic as they've been, is that a me problem or is that an internet problem? Because it seems like it's at least improved. It seems like it's at least improved. It's a lot. That's like, that's the best you could ask for. Hope for the best. Hope for the best. Gonna crash my computer on accident. Again. It was weird that it didn't pop it up on top, though. That was odd. How much did I lose? I don't think I lost much work, which is good. And I still maintain that... Oh no, they're in the same location. Something else moved. This one moved. I swear, Animate keeps on moving my stuff without my permission. And I might Google that. I was like, does Animate move frames without your permission? Adobe Animate moving frames on its own? Question mark? When I preview my animation is perfect, but as soon as... Wait, no. Unwanted movement. Unwanted glitch. Working, and that. Animation is many words. What the hell? Strange frame behavior. Uh-huh. Backwards. You can see this if you look. Yes. Do use layer parenting, but I think it is just a glitch in the software at the time. I redid the whole sequence from scratch and it worked out fine. Yeah, it's just apparently a bug. Cool. What a cool bug. A very fun bug indeed to completely have to reposition your work every little while because of reasons. That was a redrawn layer? That's why. Oh, oh, I see what I did. Shite. Oh, that was oh. Oh. Why'd I do that? This can actually go back up here. Well, fuck. I didn't realize that that's what that was. That would explain some shit. That would explain some stuff that was happening that was weird. Kinda wish I could move that. So actually what I need to do is I need to delete that layer. I need to push all of this back here. There we go. That's much better. That's much better. That's also fixes an issue I was like just running into with the preview too, which is nice. I was having an issue where it felt like the preview was having some like weird stuckness that didn't seem right and fixed it. That's what matters. I think that back arm I need to do a little bit more with. So I want it to like rotate. This is how many frames? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very awkward number of frames that I've given myself to work with, which probably means I need to add a frame, probably. I probably need a wider arc. What I probably need to do is focus on the upper arm a little bit. Yeah. Here's what we're going to do. Get to redrawing. Nothing fixed. It is acting different now. What the hell? I'm going to do that for now. See, we're going to do this for now. They need to rethink a lot of stuff anyways. Erase your art. Delete your art. Always delete your art. Always delete your art. Don't look at it. Don't look at it too long. Yes, and then we're going to go here. And now it's going to start wrapping back down. See, this is something I need to do more. Is like, okay, I can't worry about the hand and the forearm. That'll come next. I need to get this connection point down. Because, like, I think I'm getting too distracted. I'm getting too distracted by the rest of the arm. Yeah, I'm getting too distracted by the rest of the arm, so I really needed to do that. It was too distracting. I needed to focus on the part that I needed to fix. And then I can work on the rest of it. That's something I need to be better about in general, is like, I think I get a little bit too in the weeds. I get like a little too distracted by something that I'm like, that I'm not focused on like a specific part of it. I'm like, something's wrong, and I know something's wrong, but I'm not like trying to do anything to like necessarily correct it, I guess, if that makes sense. I'm just like, something is wrong, and I know something's wrong, but I don't know what is wrong. And I keep on trying to draw the whole thing when I just need to focus on the part. I need to focus on the part that needs to be fixed. Sometimes I get caught up on the fact that something is broken, but instead of diagnosing what's broken, I just keep trying to fix it and not think about, well, what's broken? Well, what's broken? What's the broken part that I need to fix? And that, I think I just did, helped a lot to at least better make this look better. And again, I had to, the way I facilitated that is I had to delete my art first. First thing I had to do was delete my art. Sometimes you just have to delete your art. You gotta do it. If it looks wrong, that means you gotta try something different. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, man, that's gonna look much better, actually. Holy shit. I already see what this is going to improve. Now I'm going to have a little bit of foreshortening for the hand. Yeah, this is gonna look a lot better. This is gonna look a lot better. And look, that's gonna look better in general. See, you sometimes have to remember the animation starts at the point of rotation. Animation starts at the point of rotation. You can't focus on getting that part right for the first part of movement. You're not going to get the rest of the movement of the arm correct. Think about moving your arm in this way, right? Like, if you think about it, the thing that moves first is your forearm. Or not your forearm, the The shoulder. The shoulder to the bicep is the thing that moves first. So if that moves first, it defines the rest of the motion, and the things that happen actually at the end can be very different from the things that happen at this pivot. But this pivot is the thing you have to get correct first. And I think immediately this is going to look better. Hell yes! Yep, that's what it was. And then we're going to start drawing on twos here in a second after I recenter everything. Okay. This becomes a thing, though. I'm going to be real salty at Adobe if I have to do this every single time. I don't want to. God. Adobe, what's wrong with your software, buddies? Just tedious. Like, some of it might be the way that it's drawn, too. Oh, nope. There is a jitter. There's a jitter. There's a jitter. So something. That one got moved. How did that frame? Frame get moved. Oh. Much. Animate? Adobe? Adobe? What the fuck? Makes no sense, which probably means everything's off. Adobe don't know how to do its shit correct. I bet everything is broken. I bet everything is broken now. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, this is looking much better. And I want him to do that twice. So here's what we do from now on. So pause. There's a layer specifically for looping that I'm going to keep the looping layer if I have a looping concept. So that way I can make changes and then just keep it and then just copy and paste it when I make those changes. Go up here. Alt V. Didn't work. Oh, does it not work that way? It's frames. So if I do that there, though it's still not quite where I want it, I think what I have to do is gonna be weird. Oh, I want that. No, no, no. I wanted that. I wanted that. This program is a nightmare, it feels like. Well, that's nice. Well, that's nice. That there. A frame. Work. Oh, I'm adding a frame. I need to move frames. Okay, so you can add a frame. That's how you add a frame. For blank keyframe. There we go. Blank keyframe. There we go. Now this is interesting. So it's overlapping. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's actually working as intended. Yeah, yeah, that works. That works quite well. Yeah, I think if I smooth it out, it'll look better in a loop. I think it'll look better on a loop if I'm able to do that. And again, a lot of this is more proof of concept than anything else. A lot of this is proof of concept, like, can I do the dang thing? Can I make a functioning animation? All right. Now the fun part. It's only 1:37, you know, way later than I wanted it to be for me to get to this part, but it's fine. Sometimes this is how life just works. Now I have to have the fun job of and what's funny is I really should put this layer at the very top. That's either the very top or the very bottom, because this is essentially my layer of, okay, now this is the stuff that I never touch until I have to copy it. This is just looping stuff. And in fact, I believe I made an error here. I did. There we go. Fixed. Fixed it. I'm fine with it ending. Wait. No, I want it the other way. Yeah, I want that to start with that. And I want this to not be here. Oh. I'm on the right layer. Well, that's not what I meant to do. Why are you removing all the frames? Oh, that's why, because it has the whole thing selected. There. Now I try it. Now I try it. There's something weird there. There was something weird there. No, there wasn't. Oh, it's just artifacts, I think. I think I just saw some artifacts. I think I need one frame of the underside of the arm. Make that arm roll look right. So I need one frame here. I got that one, we got that, and then I need one under here. I need one under frame here. I'm on the wrong layer. Gets you every time. Gets me every time. About the same size. Go like that. And I need one frame dropping down. All sorts of artifacts I'm gonna have to clean up because I'm being messy again. Apparently I did just need to crash. Guys, I just needed to crash my computer. It seems to be working better now. Guys, I just needed to crash my computer. You know how it goes. Sometimes you just have to crash your computer. Get it working again. Just how it works. Want that to go down a little bit. This. Tell me where the green is. I want to be able to preserve part of the kind of thing. Nope, nope, no it didn't. Alright. Stop her. God, it won't be too soon. I need to take this in as soon as possible. I really do. I might take it in. We'll see. I might just do this afternoon. We'll see. That might be it. I'm just like, fuck it, we're going. I always need to have an excuse to get out of the house anyways, and it might just be like, fuck it, we're taking it to the tech fix place. Fix my tech place. God knows I'm tired of it not working. You guys are probably tired of me complaining about it. But if you aren't, I appreciate it. My suffering has been too long. Finally, after 500 years, I can escape from my suffering. If only. If only. I don't think it'll be that easy, but if only. Try doing that a little bit. Give it a little bit more side definition, maybe. I mean, I guess it didn't hurt, but I don't know. I still don't know. It's such a, like, it's where I'm at with it, right? It's like, if it's fixing it, then good, but I also can't determine it. It's like so undiagnosable to me of whether or not it has anything to do with anything that I'm doing to fix it. No, it has to be the screen. It has to be the screen or a combination of the screen and the pen. Because if it was just the pen, then I wouldn't be able to use my mouse. Or if it was something to do with my computer, like software-wise, then I wouldn't be able to use my mouse. But I'm able to use my mouse just fine. It has to be the screen, just being bonkers. Being whack. It is weird, though, that it seemingly fixed when I unplugged the pen, and I was like, how? It probably was just luck, or coincidence, even. Because since then, it's seemingly been body either way. Honestly, like, the Bluetooth element hasn't really helped it at all. And that means that this pen is running off of some kind of touchscreen implement still. Like, if turning off Bluetooth literally doesn't turn off the pen, that means the pen is not using Bluetooth to work. It means that the Bluetooth is not actually what gets the pen to draw. It's touchscreen still. Oh, ooh. Kind of having to be a little bit different actually is nice. Weirdly enough, that god damn it. This is my whole thing is like even with a looping thing like this, having it be a little bit different is not always the worst thing. So god damn it, did you do something? Not to say. Something about that made it feel like it like jumped up or down. I was gonna be like Adobe, your shit. But I do think that arm, uh, the arm spin, the arm roll looks much better now. Oh god. Don't think I have anything important on Discord. No, it's just gonna show everybody. That just bugs me. I hate fucking. The whole reason why I hit it is so you don't see the see the thing. And gosh, don't these developers know that I'm trying to run a show? Make some software that works, damn you. Oh, apparently I did clean up a portion of it. Oops. I gotta just paste it over it. What? What? That's not. There are times I don't understand why this shit does what it wants to. Sorry, that was the moment of, that's not right. Wait. Something got fucky? Got fucky. This take you down here. Mouse not understand what it wants. At least I've learned this. This is a nice little tool I've learned. That's nice. Interesting. So there was a frame that I missed. Really want me to hit that, huh? Don't you? I actually kind of like. Oh, is that what happened? How did that happen? Don't understand why things break, but they do. Sometimes I don't understand why it breaks. I'm gonna save over that. Yes. Hirsch. All right. Let me see if it made it better or worse, though, because there's like a chance I would have liked it that way. There's a chance I would have liked it that way. I also wish there was a way to loop with range. And a frame. Is there a way to... There's no way to modify that, is there? I want to be able to do that. Browser. I'm curious. What will this produce for us? A white screen. Boy, I hope this doesn't hurt anybody's eyes, because it kind of hurts mine. No, I need Adobe Flash Player. You guys don't provide that no more. You lied. They lied, guys. They said they discontinued it. What the fuck? I was not expecting that. The hell? Guys, we're not gonna keep using Flash. Fucking liars. You lied. You fucking lied. What the hell? I was not expecting that. I just wanted to be able to do something else, but I don't think it's gonna work that way. I want to put that there. What can and can't click is driving me crazy. Keep on using the... I should stop. I should stop using the touchpad mouse, because clearly it feels bad to use. And I should just learn how to do this, because it will feel... I'll be more precise and faster that way. I had the whole animation. What's funny is, yeah, I kind of like that actually. Like it definitely needs some work. Like I definitely need to modify some stuff. But I think actually the it being like different the second way is kind of nice. And then I'm just gonna have to do its own shit. I thought it would be looping, and no, I'm gonna hurt myself. Guys, I'm going to hurt myself. Because now it is time. Those threes. How are these threes? Some weird happened. Something really weird happened. And I don't know how this happened, is what's killing me. It's like, fuck. So let's say I go to this frame, right? No, I go to this frame, right? The same as my first frame. No, it's definitely not the same frame. It's definitely a different frame. This one should be a different frame. Oh. So wait, no, it was right. God damn it. But it's this frame then. Not the same frame? No, it's not. I don't know how that happened. Fine. Fine. We're all back where we belong. That's what matters. We're all back where we belong, and that's what matters. Back on the right frame. Skins? Oh. Was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? That's what it's... I know how to fix this faster, actually. I know how to fix this faster. Logging is nice. There has to be a faster way. Also, hi. Hello, Glade. It's definitely been a fine day to animate. I'm not distressed, distracted, or upset in any way, shape, or form. Animation definitely has not been a trial. Definitely didn't have to do almost an hour's worth of work just to even start like redoing something, because Adobe Animate is an Adobe product, and you know what that means. broken because... Alright. Now what I'm gonna do... This... No, I don't want to do that there. This here. Create a new blank. Now we are working on our 2s. This will be fun, though. I think I'm going to have a better time now. If I can get my shit to cooperate is the thing. But I think this will be more fun. Actually, there's one... Here, before I do this, actually, there's one more thing I need to do. I need to fix some of my stancing. So I need to hide that layer. Distracting me. I need to make sure that the feet are consistently in the same spot. You're not the only one experiencing the blue screens, is it? I see. Yeah, that was me too. Yeah, me too. I understand. I hope it's going well. I don't know what happened to me last night, I'm not gonna lie. I was hanging out with David, and we were playing Elden Ring, and... I had to think about it a little bit, but, like, I got home, and I just felt like poopy garbage, and I, like, really thought about it, and I think it was, like, we were trying to play, and we just kept on running into these invaders that just weren't fun to fight, weren't fun to engage with, and I just was reminded that I both don't have the experience and don't have the build for PvP because I haven't done the number crunch. I'm kind of anemic on damage right now because I'm playing for PvE and not for PvP, and I'm just like, and people are, 2 or 3 shotting me while I have to hit them 5 or 6 times, and it's like, just... Now that said, I still had a moment there I was like, okay, the PvP are probably gonna try to 1 or 2 shot me because he's doing something busted, and he was using Frenzy. I was like, oh, that's not too bad. And then I got him in a room, and I was like, well, this isn't too good for me. And then I accidentally hit a button, which was my Ash of War, and I was like, oh, geez, he's going to take advantage of this, because I just assume mine will never hit, because people know how to perfect dodge everything. And then I hit him and fucking deleted him, and I was like, oh! I have to remind myself sometimes that I'm fine. Just really don't like invaders. I just really don't like invaders anymore. It's not fun. Not fun! You like invasions, I'm glad, but 9 times out of 10, invaders are just kind of a buzzkill. Especially for co-op, they just are obnoxious. Like, the first invader we got fought us on a place that was like, he was just trying to knock us off, and it's like, okay, buddy. Then he did something to hyper armor through all of our hits, and it was like, okay. Which knocked us off, and I was like, okay. It's like, not fun. It's not a fun place to fight. You're doing it specifically to be an asshole. Like, in before they're like, but it's 2 versus 1. It's like, it doesn't have to be, though. Determine that the people you're fighting are going to gank you first. That's my hot take. Don't just immediately assume. Because then you're just not fun to fight. Like, I don't mind getting into a fight if the person wants to fight, but most people don't want to fight. They just want to be obnoxious. You have still yet to level Vigor. Just got through everything in the southern part of the map. You beat Godric last night. Nice! You got invited to talk to Big Man that eats Deathroot. Now you're being an incessant bitch trying to kill the Black Gargoyle there that kills me in 1 hit. Yes. I do think Elden Ring is particularly good and bad about this, actually. I think that it does do a good job of being like, you really shouldn't fight things here because, but it doesn't tell you what the like. It doesn't really do a good job of explaining that the reason why that is actually has nothing to do with just your stats. Or it has everything to do with your stats, is actually what I mean. Because in reality, defense scales with your level. Defense scales with your level, and they don't make that clear. Like it doesn't matter what your actual base stats are. Your defense scales with your level. So if you're getting one hit in some place, it isn't just a vigor check, though that can be an element. Vigor check can be an element. Ultimately, you're just a lower level no matter what. You either do need to buff up your vigor a little bit, or just buff up your levels in general if you're getting one hit. Now, I can't guarantee that, like, you shouldn't level up your vigor eventually. Like, definitely get your base stats, and if you feel like you're getting one shot, maybe boost a little bit of vigor. But, like, if you're getting. I can guarantee you're not supposed to be in that area except for being able to talk to Big Man if you want to talk to Big Man, and he's optional. I'll admit that. He's optional. You don't have to talk to Big Man. But yeah, I felt bad. I just felt bad after because and I know I particularly struggle with this. Like this is an admit it's not an excuse if that I struggle a lot sometimes because with that because multiplayer is inherently kind of like social. It's kind of social, but because of that, especially competitive multiplayer, it's just like it's that feeling of being in gym class and being reminded that like you're there but you're not really there, right? Like it's that feeling of well, why do I want to be here if I can't even compete? I feel like that sometimes, and I feel like that's some stuff that I dealt with a lot back in high school when I was a kid. And it's just like it's like un it's it's weird. It's weird. And specifically with Elden Ring and Dark Souls, it very much is always that feeling of like it also doesn't help that now maybe I'm running into my midlife crisis kind of feelings of like, but I used to be able to compete. And it's like I can't right now. I don't play the game often enough. I don't engage with the PvP enough. Like and I hate the way that people play. I just do. Roll catching sucks because exactly what was happening is the thing that tilts me is like I get roll cat or somebody who knows what they're doing. Roll catches me on every single dodge I make regardless of what dodge I make. Opposite. I try to hit somebody, they just dodge through everything I throw and I'm like doesn't matter. And they're dodging away and they're just dodging away and I'm like okay. Like just doesn't make it fun to interact with, man. They in my opinion have made the net code they does not feel like they've improved the net code for the way the game plays. It doesn't feel like it's more precise because again, it's just that feeling of like I understand roll catching as a concept. I understand not just panic rolling. I understand all that, and yet it just feels like you throw me against a PvP and it just feels complete luck whether or not you even get somebody who is just gonna fucking wipe the floor with you or not to actually learn anything. Because I feel like I'm not able to figure out what I'm doing wrong. I just die, and all I've learned is well, I guess I didn't dodge right when I can't even fixate on what a right dodge feels like in PvP. Sometimes, when I see just people do it, that's the problem. Is I see people just do it when I attack them. They just dodge away, and I'm like, okay, I guess I don't understand how to dodge in this game anymore. They can get away with it, but I can see somebody attack and they hit me anyways. It's like weird. I don't know how to explain it. That's why I'm like, I just really don't like the way the PvP feels in those games because it feels inconsistent. It feels inconsistent for me a lot of times. You know what? I'm just going to draw straight ahead, and it's fine, and it'll mean some of these frames are going to look a little bit different than they did before. Just keep drawing it. So yeah, that's just my weekly rant. That's my weekly therapy rant. Thank you for joining, everybody, and thank you for your patience. I'm sorry I get tilted about it. I really do. Because I don't want to. Like, I love the idea behind invasions, but they've just become less and less pleasant as time has gone on for me. And I liked invasions! At what point? I liked invasions. It could be the input delay, no input storage we talked about, or even internet issues. Yeah. It is a lack of HP, I mean, sure. And really, like no spoilers, that is not, that is like an end game area. Like, to be in that area and actually exploring it, it's an end game area. Trust me. Like, the stuff in there is, it is not stuff that you should be facing, and this is the problem. This is a problem with Elden Ring, is it has a lot of scaling that it goes against previous Souls-like mentality, even Dark Souls 1. Because Dark Souls 1 always had a passive increase in defense. That's always been a thing. But it caps out, right? Like, it scales in a way that it's like feels like a gentle curve. And it feels like if you're in an area actually at an earlier range, like, things don't feel like they hit that much harder, actually. They really don't, at least not in my experience. And you really can't get to those areas in Dark Souls 1. You really can't. You can't get to those areas for a long time. So, like, it's almost impossible for you. And then Elden Ring just will dump you in head first and be like, hey, buddy, here's an end game area. Good luck. And you're like, what? You're just like, why'd you put me here? And they're like, because, lol. And you're like, but I don't want to be here, Elden Ring. And also, again, it tries to, it is more of a, it's nothing that's, it goes both ways. It tries to teach you, like, hey, if you are getting completely ass shaken by this area, go someplace else. Like, it wants you to think that, but also it doesn't really do that sometimes. Nope, that's the other thing. Caelid, which also, by the way, this is kind of a piss poor thing about Elden Ring as a whole, is its distinction of areas. Caelid is split into two areas, a mid-game area and an end-game area, and I'm not joking. That top half of Caelid you should not go to after you beat Caelid. You shouldn't. It's intended to be a place that you come back to. But because of the inherent design of Elden Ring of wanting to be more open and really give that feeling of like, but you could go there if you want, it's like, it's that thing in Dark Souls 1 of go up or go down, right? And they don't make that clear. He doesn't make that. He just says you can go up and you can go down, and there's three directions. You can go up, you can go down to the skeleton graveyard and get your ass kicked. You can go down to Anor Londo and get killed by a ghost and get your ass kicked, or have the Master Key and go down to Blighttown and probably get your ass kicked. That's a little bit more believable, but that somebody could do that without. But I still think you'd get your ass kicked if it was your first playthrough. Or you go up to the Berg, but the up to the Berg isn't up. It doesn't look up until you start going that way. You don't feel like you're going up until you actually start going up. Like, down is obvious in Dark Souls 1. Up is not. I straight up did not know the right way to go and, like, passed it so many times before realizing I had to go to the Undead Berg. On my first playthrough. And that's how Elden Ring is. Not once. Not twice. I want to say it happens at least 3 times. At least. Because you have Caelid is maybe the worst example. Caelid's maybe the worst example since you go to the bottom half of Caelid, you do it, and when you're at the level to do Caelid, you're like, this is fine. No, it does. It happens both times with Caelid. It happens at the very beginning of the game with Caelid, where if you are in Limgrave, you go to Caelid, you take 2 steps into Caelid, and it sucks. It just sucks. Even though I love that area, it just sucks. So you go, okay, maybe not that way. And then you go to Liurnia, and you come back, and then you go to Liurnia, and then there's a chance that you go from Liurnia to the Altus Plateau, and then it sucks, and you're like, well, maybe not here. And then you go back to Caelid, you get Caelid done. You go to the top half, or the bottom half of Caelid, and you go to the top half of Caelid, and you get your fucking ass kicked, you go back to the Altus Plateau. But that's how you should do it. But it is easy to accidentally get stuck in an area that you're really not supposed to be in. Like, it is easy to get stuck in an area that you're really not supposed to be in because of that. Like, it's not skill issue, I think. Like really, like, that's by design. That's by design of the game, that's the order you should be taking those areas in for a natural difficulty curve. And it's unnatural how you go about doing it. And you really do not return to Caelid until the literal end of the game. Because then it's linear again. You actually go through those areas in a very linear fashion. And they're all pretty roughly the same difficulty. You go to Altus Plateau, then you explore the volcano a little bit if you want. It's not awful. You can go in there. You can go to the capital next. The capital might be a little bit harder because there's like a guy in front, but there's a guy in front of it. You can't even get into it until you feel like you can get past it. And if you get your ass kicked, then you go, okay, I go someplace else. And that's at least natural because it's a block. It's like a block right in front of you. You can't wander around in it for a while and find out, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to be here. Like, it has a choke point that really helps to keep you from getting stuck like that. Because or you could keep beating your head against it or whatever. But I think by design, the game really wants you to understand that, like, if you're in an area and you feel like you're halting in progress, go someplace else. That is what the game wants you to do. But it does take a lot of relearning because there's not a single Dark Souls game that does that. There's not one that does it. And I think it has flaws for it. It is the design intent, but I think the design intent does not overshadow the issue that I have with it. So I don't know how I do this. And yeah, I think what you said about the input being still weird and all that finickiness, it's just, it's not fun to, it really gets me in my head whenever I see somebody who just has gotten used to the timings or the net. That's another thing, is you just have to get used to the netcode, because I took a step away from Dark Souls, we played through Dark Souls, and there were still a couple invaders that I was like, how did you get that backstab? I know what the backstab read is, and the fact is I just lost practice. I don't remember how to read it anymore. Because there's a certain element of being able to literally read the netcode to know when somebody's going for a backstab fish, since the game doesn't do a very good job of telling you that where someone's exact position is, actually. Like, if they look like they're in front... Dark Souls 1, at least in the original Dark Souls 1, and I think I was running into some issues with this with the remake, or the remaster, is original Dark Souls 1, if you see somebody looking dead at you and suddenly their body turns 180 from you, there's a desync, he's actually behind you, he's going for a backstab. And I would see that, and I think I couldn't quite remember the timing on it, because there is a dodge timing, and I kept on missing it, and I was getting backstabbed, and I was like, ugh, gross. So it's just, but it's the fact that people just abuse that shit that I'm just like, it gets tiresome. It gets so tiresome that it's like, can I just meet somebody who doesn't take advantage of that shit? Because I don't. I made it a point that I did not backstab fish, and I did not use those things because they were something that were a crutch and were not fun to fight against. They weren't. Cheese is not fun to fight against. And I did not want to have fights that I just cheesed to win. Because I knew how frustrating they were to fight. And that's all I ask is more invaders who just want to actually have fun fights. And you can want that. Like, call me out for like, well, then you're just, how dare you can't ask for a playstyle. It's like, yeah, I get it, but it's not the reason why I played PvP. It's not the reason why I played PvP in Dark Souls 1. Is to just get backstab fished every single match. Or to get parry fished every single match. Or get R1 spammed every freaking match. But the benefit I had with Dark Souls 1 is I learned how to engage with that and make it a point that those had fallible faults. And I could learn it. And I can learn that. And actually be like, if you're going to backstab fish, I will use that against you. Or if you're going to R1 spam, I'll use it against you. Because in reality, those cheese tactics only work for the people who don't know how to deal with them. And Elden Ring is very much still the same thing, and I just don't have the practice for it. I don't have the time for the practice for it. I don't have the patience for it. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. And I recognize that, and it frustrates me because it just means that I'm just like, just not going to enjoy this. Your first Dark Souls was Dark Souls 2. You were like 15, so there wasn't a backstab fishing fiesta of Dark Souls 1. Fair. It still is kind of there, but it's definitely harder because it's harder to backstab in Dark Souls 2. Except it's not really, but that's its own dealio. But definitely my experience with Elden Ring netcode has been a fucking mess, man. It just feels... Oh, baby. It's like playing with... It's like playing against a salmon that just keeps flopping around sometimes. And I don't care for anybody who's willing to defend that, because again, idealistically, and one of my issues with Elden Ring is that so much of it is founded on the concept of like, throw away things you know about Dark Souls with it, right? Like, it wants you to throw away concepts. But it does it in such an artificial way that it like just feels bad, because it's like, I know how to not get backstabbed. I at least learned in Dark Souls 3 at some point how not to get roll caught, and they just made it different in a way that it's that much harder not to get roll caught. And it's like, why would you buff that? Why would you buff that? It was the thing I hated the most. So, sure, I can overcome it, but I'm just sitting here like, I've played all of these games and you make the thing I dislike the most the thing that's the strong... You strengthened it? Why? But again, people who engage with the PvP will just tell you don't get roll caught. It's like, that's not the point. Because there's a certain amount of manipulation that goes into it that the opponent, who knows how to roll catch you, will also know how to get you to roll catch you. And it's like, no, you're just being a dick. Again, it's just taking advantage of a system of the game that doesn't feel good to engage with for me. I don't like when people take advantage of systems, I think is what it is. Even if it makes them a better player. Because it doesn't feel like that was the intent, or it doesn't feel like that's the only way you can and should play the game. Like, if the only goal is to go for backstabs, I would have not played Dark Souls 1 at all. But I overcame that, and, like, it was fine. So, like... And I would actually say backstab fishing has not been that bad in Elden Ring. It really hasn't. And I still maintain that I will be an old balls about it and refuse to... I will refuse to backstab fish. Like, I won't even go for it if somebody, like, leaves themselves open. because I want it to be a longer fight. I'm not just trying to kill the fuck out of them. I want it to be a fight. And I genuinely do. I like the idea of like giving someone a chance to like fight, to like be in a fight, you know? Um, so there. I'm just an old balls. I'm just an old balls. It is weird. Like I've had mixed feelings on invasions for so long at this point that I don't know where I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what I want out of it. All I know is that it's just not what I want anymore. That's really all it comes down to is I know it's not what I want anymore. That's just a fact. Like that, right? Like it's not what interests me. That's not why I do PvP, and it's not what I want to do. So just accept that part. So there, I think I fixed the foot at least. Thank you for my therapy rant about how Elden Ring makes my esteem hurt and makes me sad. Thank you for joining me for this TED Talk. Again, I don't want to make it sound like if you enjoy the PvP of Elden Ring, you know, something what's wrong with you. That's the thing is like I would even say so far is like that's not what I want to say either because I have had good invaders, but like just having to go through that grind when I don't have the amount of time to play that I used to when I first got into Dark Souls 1 to learn those fissures, like I'm not engaging with the PvP enough. And if I was doing fight after fight, then it'd be fine because that's how I learned how to play. That's how I learned PvP is I was doing the PvP. But I'm not doing the PvP in Elden Ring right now. I'm just not. You like Elden Ring and DS3 invasions because if you're not looking for it, you won't get it. That too. That's true, except for co-op. And before you say, but the mod, and I'm like, yeah, the mod. We're playing on a PlayStation. I would use that mod in a fucking heartbeat. Trust me. I would love the seamless mod. Because again, until I actually want to just sit down for a stream, go to the invasion zone and practice PvP, just gonna fucking hate it. I'm just gonna fucking hate it. Because the people who are invading in those cases are going to be the most obnoxious invaders. Because they're trying to use the environment to their advantage. They're trying to do the hardest, biggest cheese. They're not looking for fights. They aren't. And they're going to make it not a fight. They're going to be as obnoxious as possible, as annoying as possible, as aggravating as possible, because that's what gets them to win. And of course they're going to do it. That's how they play. That's how they enjoy playing. And I'm going to hate it every time. And I have to accept that. Like, I might not like it, but I at least have to understand that's how they enjoy playing. They want to do that. And the game allows them to do it. It does. It's designed for them to do it. And I hate it. I just dislike it. That's a fact. I just don't like it. Because there's a part of me that played these games where I learned how to overcome it. It wasn't the bulk of my time with the PvP. And I enjoyed the PvP. And none of those things are true for Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring for me. I have not learned how to deal with the people who are invading in random ass places to make my life miserable. The bulk of my multiplayer has not been against players that I have enjoyed fighting. What was the last one? The third one is also true, that it don't happen. I don't remember the third one. My brain lost that point along the way. But yeah, they like playing that way. Fine. I don't know how to compete against it right now, and I don't want to. I don't want to, because those games are at least designed that you don't have to deal with them if you don't want to most of the time. Because again, I like the point that I got in Dark Souls where a majority of my fights weren't that, and that they were fights, and that if I ran into somebody who was cheesing, I could deal with their cheese. Right now, I can't. I can't. There's too much cheese in the game to know what's going to work and what isn't sometimes. There's almost too much. There are too many mechanics. It's too complicated too sometimes. Knowing which ashes have hyper armor and which don't, stuff like that. It's just like, sure. Anyways, let's get back to animation. And I think that's where I'm at, is just like, I had my time with Invasions of Dark Souls and enjoyed them. I don't think I'll ever play them again. I just don't think they're gonna be my thing unless I literally sit down and do nothing but them. And find the places that people agree are the place that you want to go to do PvP, where PvP is about fighting. Like, until I do that, I'm just not gonna enjoy the PvP. I'm just not. Which is a shame. I have had positive PvP experiences, both for actual fights and just for silly. I've had some fun, silly invasions. They are the minority. They're absolutely the minority. And the majority are these freaking frustrating, aggravating, no fun having, just gonna spam something at you or abuse roll catching. Which, honestly, that one, I'm like, that one I just have to learn how to avoid roll catching, because ultimately the PvP lives and dies on that. It is too much of a mechanic that it's like, I can't blame somebody for doing that. You need to open up openings. You need to get an opening somehow, and at least there, it's like, okay, fine. You know, Dark Souls 1 was a lot about positioning and trying to position yourself to get in a hit to be able to respond quickly and not get out positioned. Like, that's an element of Dark Souls 1. So that's really no different. It's no different in concept, it's just different in execution, because you have much more dodging potential. So you have to do something. You have to be able to catch somebody through their dodging, because dodging is really strong otherwise. So I'm not going to deny that. Just wished that people, because people also, part of the thing that makes it so obnoxious and why you have to roll catch is like, holding your ground can sometimes be hard in Dark Souls. In Elden Ring, it can be really hard and difficult, and it's the thing that I'm like probably still trying to learn the most whenever I get invaded, is like, actually backpedaling is the worst. But I think the reason why I keep on falling into it is I see people do it all the time, and it's always aggravating when they backpedal. Because if you can backpedal, you're the most annoying little twerp on the planet. Playing keep away isn't fun either. Essentially, I think it just comes back to, I don't like rats. Ratty behavior is just, ugh. Because that's what it is. That's ratting in Dark Souls. In Dark Souls, that's just ratting. That's the Dark Souls equivalent of ratting, is just constantly backpedaling until you can, like, get to a new enemy, get to a new area, get to whatever. It's just like, ugh. So usually what I do when I run into those people is I'm just like, okay, and then I don't engage them. I do. They're gonna keep backpedaling. I just disengage and dodge through their shit at range, because usually they're like, spells, range, spells, because they can't do melee combat. It's like, I know I can do melee combat. At least know I can do melee combat. That's something I'm at least confident about. Until I find somebody who's better at melee combat, then I'm like, well, now we're roll catching forever. And I think just we ran into so many invaders, and it just made me. It just really dejected me, man. It made me want to not play the game because they make it unpleasant to play sometimes. Because you want to. I summoned David, and then like David was like also doing some stuff, and it's just like it got a little bit. I got a little bit in pressured because like I'd be like, okay, I'm summoning you, and then he'd get up to go do something, and then I would just be in like gonna get invaded, and it's just gonna kill me, and it's just gonna waste my time, and it's just like, it just sucks. It's like, damn it. Wow, why do you play that game? Clearly doesn't bring you joy. I don't know, man, because it brought joy at one point. Because it brought me joy at one point in my life. That's a lot of things I've noticed is I'd sometimes do something because it brought me joy at one point. Elden Ring, Battlefield, it brought me joy at one point. And it's that almost midlife crisis of like, I can still see that what I'm good at is still good, but sometimes I'm just like, oh my god. Oh my Jesus. Just didn't play games like that as much. I don't know why. I don't know. There was a point in my life where I remembered I could play competitive games because people were there to just have fun and frag out and just chill out. Like, actually, there was a period when I played competitive games, but competitive multiplayer games where people arguably weren't detrimentally competitive. Like, people just. I think back to, like, my time in Team Fortress 2, right? Like, I played a lot of Team Fortress 2, and I couldn't take that game seriously, and, like, I would play it. I'd play it to play it. Don't get me wrong. But I wouldn't, like, if there was any time that I got frustrated at Team Fortress 2, it was like, you know, when somebody was running around as a demo with melee, and I'd be like, I just don't understand the melee of this game. How's he fucking doing that? I don't know. But I'd still be like, I'd just do what works, what I enjoyed, and so much of TF2 when I was growing up with it was like, if you find a playstyle that you really like that just works for you, that's fine. Like, maybe there would have to be some consideration of counterplay, but usually your part was that not that detrimental to everyone else's playstyle, in my experience. Like, you could be good at the game, but you being good at the game didn't ruin the game for other people. But maybe I was just more tolerant. That's also something to consider. Maybe I was just more tolerant of that behavior. Maybe it just didn't ruin my time at the time. Someone being better than me at it. It just didn't bother me as much. Now, to be fair, I think, guys, you're part of the problem. No, no, no. Don't take that out of context, actually. That's not what I mean by that. I do think I need to do some sitting down, need to do some thinking about some stuff and be like, wait a second. Wait a second. It's because I got eyes on me. Now that's fed back in. That's just something that's bothered. That is something that got in my head, I think. You guys didn't do nothing wrong. This is still ultimately me that we're talking about. That's like, oh, okay, fine. Like, I have an audience. I have to remember, at least for me, if you this is not an excuse for skill. This is me saying, wait a second. If you are here to see me, let alone anyone play perfectly, you are infinitely going to be disappointed by everyone who makes anything everywhere. You will be. Doesn't matter how good somebody is at something, they will fuck it up. They will. Nobody plays perfectly. And I have to remember that. Like, Nobody plays perfectly, and I have days like last Thursday where, for whatever reason, the game just fucking blew, man. Or yesterday, the game just the combination of people, my own skill, it just didn't work out, man. And that's a part of it. But at least with Helldivers, it's like, okay, if I'm having a rough time in Helldivers, I can fun with the goofiness of dying all the time. I can't actually do that. I gotta remember that. If I'm having a rough time, just one of those days in Helldivers that, see, this is my thing. And I can respect this if they pushed it a little bit harder. I think one of the limitations they have right now is I think they really want to give you that feeling of like you're in a war and the things you are fighting against are fighting against you. So sometimes they just fucking rip, man. But I think they need to do a better job on some level of making it clear that it's passively a little bit harder because the enemy doesn't want to lose either. Like, actually, I think there's a little bit of a lack of personality going on with your enemies that you don't get enough insight to know if your enemies are just genuinely fighting harder. That's what makes it work in God Hand, for example. When your enemies level up, there's a big thing that flashes that says level up, and your opponents start looking like they fight harder, and it makes sense and it all clicks together. But I think people think that the difficulty stays the same in Helldivers all the time, and it really doesn't. I don't think it does. And they need to have they need to have something. I don't know what it would be. I don't have a solution here. They need something to convey that our opponents get harder sometimes. That our opponents are fighting harder. And they need to put it somewhere. And if they say it somewhere, my hot take is your game should never tell you something as a way to convey information as the only way to convey it. In my opinion. Because guess what? Run into people like me who don't read. And guess what? Majority of I'm not going to say a majority, a large portion of gamers do. They don't read. A lot of people who play video games do not read. And I feel like I read more. I do read when I'm interested in reading something in a video game, but for most of it, I do not read. I do not read my video games. And that's not an insult, unless it's like a fucking VN. Obviously, read a VN. There's no other way to engage with it. Duh. Like, unless the game explicitly is through primarily text, or it's made clear that you should be engaging with the text as much as possible, then yes. But if you don't, even if it has great writing like Helldivers does in places, where so much of its writing is steeped in its setting, it's not integral to the game design. So if it says somewhere, like if it's like, the robots have started an invasion, and it says in there, the robots are kicking our ass or something, we don't get a status report, which is a part of the setting too. I get it. They don't like update you to with this false sense of morale and like everything's always going well. Like, sure, but there's got to be like some sense like of actually understanding when your opponents are fighting harder, because I do think that's an element of the game. I do think it's an element of the game. And that's an element that I like, that I think needs to be a little bit more on display. It needs to be made a little bit clearer. Because I think people are just like, we ran into that whatever last time, and I was just constantly getting like one shot and stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's not great. But it's like, maybe they should be like, status report. It seems like make it clear. Make something slightly different that like really paints it like, oh, they're hitting harder, or oh, they're harder to kill. Like, just be like, maybe even put like just like a little, I say like put it in text, at least be a start. Put it in text somewhere to be like, we've noticed that the robots are being a little bit harder to kill, so be prepared for that and stuff. Like, just like make it clear somewhere, somehow. Have it told to you, maybe. Because that's the thing, is like, you have some, the commander talks to you every single time, but he says something generic every single time. And I know that's more work, but I think the best thing they could do there is have the commander, every time you log on for the first time, be like, have some blurb that he says about the robots that is somehow tied to the current operation, because that's what most people are going to be doing. So have him be like, instead of being like, we're going to destroy the robots, be like, be sure to get out there and kick their asses. Intel has said that they've been a little bit stronger, or they've been pushing us back. Like, put some personality into that, because that could still be like they could even work that still like, we don't break our morale no matter what kind of dystopia behind it. Be like, we've been getting pushed back, but you won't let that stop you, will you, Helldiver? You're better than that. Like, make it clear that the difficulty fluctuates. I don't think it's made clear enough sometimes. And I think people don't prepare themselves for it either. And it actually makes for a more negative overall experience, because at least make a joke out of that. Because it is subtle. It is subtle, and I think it is a part of it, but you really have to be in the mind space to accept that. And based on my last time playing, people don't. People don't do that. I barely did it. And it's an element that I don't think, unless it's in my head, it could even be complete placebo. It could be full of shit. You know? Could be completely full of shit that's happening. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what's going on underneath the hood. And I like an element of that, but not so much that it's impossible to figure out what's going on. You know? Sorry, I'm like, what is going on with Canary's waist right now? Because it is doing shit that's like just not right. It's just doing shit that's not correct. Even if it moved that much, the proportions are getting all squished and squashed weird. So yeah, I think between Helldivers and Elden Ring, I just sometimes difficulty spikes when I'm not ready for them, even if I'm like, I feel fine. I'm just like, ugh. Grr. Also, I've had an ongoing fight of feeling like people ruin video games for me sometimes. Unintentionally too. But I've been there. Sean had to be on my shit Monday, man. Like, I don't know what my deal's been recently. I'm usually better than that, too. When he pointed that out, I was like, yeah, what is my deal? I'm usually not this bad about backseating. I really am not. My only reasoning is because I knew that there would be problems with Dark Souls 2, or Dark Souls 2. With Metroid Prime 2, I think I was just so concerned with him getting stuck. And I need to stop doing that, because I know he's fine. He's good at video games. He can figure it out. He's a big boy. We both like Metroid. He's liked the game. Even if he has criticisms of it, he's enjoyed the game. It's fine. I just was really worried that you'd find it too unpleasant. And the irony is I'm the one making it unpleasant now. So let this be a lesson, everyone. Let your friends play a game. They like you enough, they're gonna play it even if they fucking hate it. And we're here to play through a game and experience it and study it and whatever. So I gotta trust that he's gonna be able to do it. Like, that was my bad. I totally was in the wrong there. I do not know why I kept doing, or I apologize for doing it so much too, because I know if I was having that, he's right. He was absolutely right. If that was happening to me, I would be frustrated as hell. So I appreciate him for calling me out on that. It was not the intent, but also I was still doing something wrong. It was a mistake. Lesson learned. And it's one of them wolves, you know? It's one of those two wolves that's inside everybody. There are two wolves inside of everyone. One wolf wants to share video games openly and let people learn them at their same pace, and the other wolf is a wolf who wants to make sure that they like the game. So you tell them where to go and what to do. And whichever one wins is the one you feed. Why are there so many wolves inside of everyone? Where'd these wolves come from? Why won't these wolves go away? What are these wolves? Well, I'm gonna start it today, but I don't think I'm gonna finish it. But we will go ahead and try doing twos now, but I don't think I'm gonna get it done because I had to fix the feet. And remember, blue's the previous frame and green is the next frame. And I mean, one of the things I've definitely learned doing this is like knowing where the spots of your animation don't move the most, especially if they're static like this, is the most important part. Honestly. Also, guess I just really needed to crash my computer and it kind of solved its own. Apparently. Apparently. Just crash your computer sometimes, guys. It fixes everything. I think I actually was not at the beginning of that album and I just let it play and I wasn't paying attention. That's fine. It all worked out. What's funny is because of how bad that like first session went, most of my work actually has not like most of my fixing doesn't have to do with my tweens either, because I can kind of like at least make the tweens work when I can. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna kind of exaggerate this a little bit. Yeah, we're just gonna sweepy that way. We're just gonna sweepy that way. You gotta remember, green is the next frame. Green is the next frame, blue is the last frame. So whenever something has motion like that, where it's got drag or something, I gotta remember that it needs to drag behind the blue. It needs to drag behind the green frame. Thank God. But that said, I do. I mean, my plan is, like I said, I might do that today. I might get stream ready because tonight I'm gonna kind of like phone it in because I do want to do some changes, but I'm going to like just do something tonight that I'm like, you know what? I'm either going to try something I haven't done in a while, or I'm going to do something that I am familiar with and comfortable with. It'll be a comfy stream no matter what, I think. I'll either do, I'm thinking like between, because I was doing a bunch of Delta Force, maybe I'll do like, Battle Bit to see how it's doing, because I haven't seen it in a while, and I did like what I played of it, and I do like the helicopter in that game, though I don't know if I'm going to stream much more of it. I thought about doing Hell Let Loose, but the last couple times I played Hell Let Loose, it was just getting way too ugh. It was getting way too ugh. Too much there felt like too much there wasn't any real matchmaking in that game, which wouldn't be a problem to me if essentially what it started turning into when I was playing Hell Let Loose was you would join a server, the server would be owned by a group, and then the people who were playing on one team was primarily the group, and then everybody else would be playing on the opposite team. And those matches, essentially, you would just lose pretty much every single match unless you got on the side that was owned by the server. And it's like, well, that's not really fun. And it's not the reason why I play that game. Because so much of that game is less about winning and so much more about the theming of, World War II and everything. But it's a multiplayer game, so it's inherently competitive. And, you know, unfortunately, the experience of getting smashed into the earth over and over again is only so insightful. So I'm a little hesitant to do Hell Let Loose, which is a shame because the little Hell Let Loose I played, I really liked. I really, really liked it. I really did. I thought it was a really cool game, and I liked what I was doing with it, and I thought I was doing something really unique with it because I was doing something that you usually don't see people do when they stream literally any game is interact with the community. That's for damn sure. Because that's what I like about multiplayer games. It's why I play Helldivers the way that I do. Is like I like being able to play with the people who and make it that kind of like ingrained experience in multiplayer. It's what I grew up with, it's what I like doing, and it's what I want to be able to provide, and it's how I gained a certain level of notoriety to begin with. It's a bit of an homage to how I got to where I am now, is being able to play in communities and just genuinely and honestly engage with them. It is something that I grew up with. It's something that I always did, and it's something that I always enjoyed doing. Um, like playing with randoms never really bothered me actually. Until frankly recently, when I could play more with people that I normally wouldn't play with. Oh, I wonder. I wonder if part of it is the touchscreen is like realizing it's a touchscreen because my hand is resting on it. It's like, oh, but something. Or like some dust is interfering with the screen too. There could be some dust behind that's fucking everything up. Or dust on the screen that's fucking everything up. Never thought about that. Maybe I need to clean my screen because like this is selected now and I'm like, why are you selected now? That's duplicate, which I didn't mean to do. I don't know. Could be anything, any number of reasons at this point, and until I can get the screen replaced, which I do think will be something that will largely fix the problem, it's a matter of time, I guess. And given the way that today is going, I'm just going to get as much done as I can. I'm not too worried. Like, I made progress no matter what. I've cleaned up a lot. I fixed a lot. I'm not going to look. I'm not looking for an ending point. In fact, this might be the ending point. We'll see. I kind of want to finish this frame, but we might not even get there. We'll see. I at least want to finish this frame. I want to try to finish the frame. Oh. Sometimes you just gotta start drawing something else. Interesting. How I drew this, I don't know. But oh boy. I don't want to end on an unfinished frame. It might have to be that way though, given the way that my computer is acting right now. Really don't want to end on an unfinished frame, but might be that way. Might just be that way. We'll see. I'm also going to try something. Because thinking about that, now that I'm like actually, because one of the things I wasn't doing was I wasn't thinking about the color of the tweens. I was just like, okay, that's two tweens. And I think I was mixing up what the previous tween with the next tween was. I just wasn't thinking about it. I was just like, okay, I see the onion skin, and then the onion skin, just you draw between it, right? I was doing the exact same, I was doing the exact thing that I said I shouldn't be doing, which, hey, fair enough. You do that sometimes. It's even when he brings it up, even when Richard Williams does it, it's like he does it sometimes. You just get in that zone, you're not paying attention, whatever. It's human error. Human error happens. Um, Part of it was I was not paying attention to which onion skin is which, and it is consistent. Like it's not like it's a surprise. Like, oh no, I like actually no. You know when the previous frame is, and you know when the next frame is. You just got to pay attention to it, buddy. Ain't a secret. They're not hiding it from me. I just got to pay attention. But also, yeah, sometimes you got to remember when you're making art. Like sometimes you just kind of stop paying attention. I think that's something as an artist that I had to realize. Sometimes I just stop paying attention to what I'm doing. Kind of turn your brain off, especially when it comes to animation. When you start getting into really repetitive tasks, right? Like doing tweens and stuff, you just kind of turn your brain off. You start drawing. And that's a lot. It's a lot to sometimes it's easy to just turn your brain off because you're already inundated with you've already been like I will be at capacity. You can't be at capacity all the time. Put it that way. You can't be at capacity all of the time. Interesting. What? I no. That's what I forgot. Forgot a couple spots. Like I said, I'm gonna be hopefully fixing my laptop here in a week or so. Well, it probably will be a little bit. Given how long it took them to get my screen, I'm going to say it's going to be at least 2 to 3 weeks before I get my laptop repaired. But hey, at least I'm going to go get it repaired. And I'm going to think I'm going to do that today. In fact, I think what I'm going to do, here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my post, I'm going to do my post stream stuff. Yeah. I do my, oh, but I have meat thawing. Fuck. I'm going to do my post stream stuff. I'm going to get stream ready. I'm going to take this laptop. I'm either going to try to do it today or I'm going to try to do it Friday. Yeah. Actually, you know what? The reason why this is a problem is I'm going to try to cook dinner tonight. And if I'm going to try to cook dinner tonight, then I need to be able to, then I need to have more time. I need to have more time. And I'm like, especially because I'm cooking something that I've never cooked before. I say that, and I'm like, it's just round steaks. I can cook round steaks. There you go, guys. It's gone. I've done I've done absolutely every nothing. I've done absolutely every nothing. No, I did a lot. There's progress here. I cleaned up some stuff in this animation. That's a problem. Why are you doing that? Something broke. What broke? On. That's fine. That got. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out. First off, I need to fix that at some point. I think it's these two frames. I think it's just these two frames need to be deleted. Hold on. Okay. Interesting that that's how that works, but that's not what I want to do. Do that. This. I still maintain, I don't know what determines when certain things happen in this gosh dang program. Truly unknowable to me. But then again, I have problems with my computer just doing shit on its own anyways. There we go. No. No. I was really hoping that there's like a... No. No. I wish there's a way... There has to be a shortcut for removing frames, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, unfortunately. And I wish I did. It'd be very helpful to know. Alright. One more time. One more time. One more again. I think I fixed it. Yeah. Oh, one of the reasons why I can't do that today is probably because, like, I usually do I have a lot of work that I do after this anyways, so I have to call it here because I have a lot of shit that I gotta do. Have beans. Happens every time. All right, I'm gonna call it here. We made some progress. We made some progress. That's what matters. Is we made some progress. Next time, hopefully, I'm going to save it, and I guess be prepared if I have to do this frame by frame to fix everything, because I guess it's a thing that can just happen. Awful as a bug, but hopefully next time my animation will stay. You'll stay in one spot, please. That will be nice. That would be nice. But I gotta call it here so that way I can get ready for later. And I don't know, probably just either I might give him a call and be like, hey, if I order the part or something, can you guys fix it? You know, like who knows? I haven't decided yet. I need to do that though. I'll either need to do that today or I'll need to do it Friday. Because even if we do, I either need to do it today or Friday. I don't think I'll be able to do it tomorrow. Probably not. Okay. We'll see. You know. But either way, thank you for joining, everybody. Wait, before I end the stream, we'll do our closing bit. I always like to generate an image at the end of every stream, so that way I can involve you guys. So if you're out there in chat and you want to contribute to this prompt, I'll give you a few minutes. But just type in a couple phrases or anything. Could be topical or thematic. Could be Could be topical or thematic, could be random, whatever, non sequitur. But yeah, I want to let me know. Let me know. I want to let me know. If not, I kind of get the juices started. We'll do MCCanary losing his marbles. If anybody wants to add to that, I'll give you a few minutes, but I know definitely what I want to end it with. I definitely know what I want to end it with. Like, I know exactly what I want to end it with. Nobody else says anything, and it's because it's how I felt today. Otherwise, this is good. I made good progress. I fixed some stuff. I learned a lot. I learned a shit ton. Sometimes learning has nothing to do with progress. Sometimes learning is learning how to fix something that breaks. That's still learning. Next time I'll be faster about it. And I should trust your instincts. Trust your instincts. Don't look for the shortcut. If you're like, there's got to be a faster way to do this, trust your instincts. Do what's simplest. Do the thing that'll just get it to work. Don't look for a shortcut. The shortcuts will happen with time. Or if you try a shortcut, have a cutoff. I think that's where I'm at, is know when to cut off the shortcut. If you start a shortcut, know when to be like, I've spent too much time on this, just do what'll work. You will know that will work. Like, ugh. Oh, man. I know I would have saved so much more time if I would have just been like, well, we're doing this frame by frame. Welcome, everyone, to my personal hell. But, MCCanary losing his marbles as the woodpecker scrambles around within their walls. Making animation a figment of terror. Let's see if it'll take all of that. See if it'll take all that. I have a yeah. All right. Well, thanks for joining, everybody. I'll let that cook. If you want to see that, stick around to the very end. I also do a bit of a closing bit, and we do raid after every stream, so that way the vampires in chat can keep, or the daywalkers in our chat can keep watching. Does everybody else out there make sure to go unlock your doors and windows, because it's no longer lunchtime for daywalkers. And thanks for joining, everybody. I hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to an Instagram, a Facebook, a Twitter, and a Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to, and just generally, you can come hang out with the rest of the community there. It's a good time on the Discord. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community there and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience and we appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people can find more of the good stuff we do here. And as always, if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. I'm glad that people are sharing the stream. We've had a couple people come in and mention that they learned about this from somebody else that they told them about it. So the fact that people are doing that is super dope. Like, really, it means a lot to me that people are willing to do that. And it's progress for me. So yeah, if you want to be cool, tell people about the stream. It's really dope that you do. And thank you to Moat Shrimp and all of our supporters on Patreon and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you, so we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as a couple of the benefits you can get, you can always subscribe directly on Twitch, or you can check out the Patreon page here. It'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you.
And thank you to Mods who do a wonderful job holding back the robot army and becoming famous. That's it. Thanks for joining, everybody. Get you through housekeeping, and we'll get you on your way. Make sure to check out all of my friends in Goblin Entertainment. That is our... I can do it. That is our network. That is our network. Oh, I didn't... I was like, why did that work? I can't do it. I can't do it. There we go. That's our network with all my friends. You can find everything that they've done and everything that they've been up to on their channels in this link tree, and then you can find the rest of my stuff here. That is link tree for all of my stuff. I have a VOD channel for the Twitch, as well as a YouTube for my own videos, a Notstation for my art, and a SoundCloud for my music. So go check everybody out in Goblin Entertainment. All right. That's about it. I think we'll actually head over to Tria. I want to... When it comes to these animations, I kind of want to send it out to people who would be like, whoa, if they haven't seen it before, or if it's been a while since they've seen it. So we'll head over to her, and hopefully she'll like it. But other than that, stick around for that. Otherwise, take it easy. Have a good afternoon. I will be back. I just got to figure out what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll just do it. Maybe I just got to do it. Just fucking do it. I'll see how fucking thought out my fucking beat is. If it's not thought out, I just gotta go. I just gotta go. Oh, Christ. Yeah, that's how I felt today, guys. Dude, MCCanary losing his Marbeers. Nazmare. Spring that would sit typicundis in on walls make antini man no renne to the if Buletoxin te 15. You know, if I suddenly would have heard knocking, I think I would have screamed. I thought that was gonna summon the woodpecker. Thank God it didn't.